morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning from Oeiras in Portugal. Day 2 of the 2021 World Rowing Coastal Championships on this beautiful beach. Welcome also to those who tune in from home on worldrowing.com. We will be having a great day of racing, another great and glorious day weather-wise. We've been blessed with good weather all the last week. Last weekend we had the World Rowing Beachman Finals. This week it's all about the endurance athletes, coastal rowers, great training, fantastic athletes out on the water. The first race is due to start in a few moments, is the mixed double sculls.
Bom dia, bem-vindos a Oeiras, bem-vindos ao segundo dia de competição deste Campeonato do Mundo de Remo de Mar. Já tivemos a semana passada os beach sprint, esta semana entramos então com a distância mais longa, o endurance, a força, a técnica e o conhecimento de navegar no mar vai ser essencial. Estamos com um excelente dia, com o bugio de fundo, algum nevoeiro ali para os lados da costa, mas preparadíssimos para a primeira competição a sair às 8h30, dentro de sensivelmente 3 minutos, com o Double Scull misto.
So here we are with the crews from Denmark, Danske Studenters Rowklub, Mette Pedersen, Torleif, Ruud Lindholm.
And from Spain 3, Mediterráneo de Málaga, with Javier Balebona y Celi Gomez. And also from Spain, Club de Mar, Claude de Lilot El Campelo, Nadia Garcia y Adrián Quiroga.
From France, Pauli Bourne, Maya Cornu, Damien Blodor.
France number 5, Art Chauchon Ave, Sébastien Claire y Sarah Claire.
France 8, that's Aix-les-Bains Aviron, Evangeline Calou and Jérôme Amelin.
Great Britain 2, Exmond Christensen Rowing Club, William Loftus and Claire Jamison.
Germany, Ruderclub Alemannia, Malte Hein, Karina Hein. And also Germany 4, as well from Alemannia, Leonard Tietke and Kathleen Lindow.
Highland 2, St. Michael, St. Patrick's, Davinia Anderson and Neil O'Toole.
Ireland 5, Kilaughlan and Shandon Rowing Clubs, Monica Dukarska and Ronan Byrne.
Italia 2, Rowing Club Genovese, Annalisa Cosarini y Rosario Banteca.
Then it's the Polish national team, Agnieszka Kobysz-Szawojska and Maciej Szawojski.
And Ukraine 1, So Arse Dnipro, Rowing Club, it's Anastasia Koziskova y Sergei Butko.
And finally, the 15th boat in this heat, it's the Green Racing Project from the United States of America, Bridget Schodorf and Luke Ryan. So all boats out there on the water assembled. We have again a water start and we will have a beach finish. So the second best option, if you will, if you were out there for excitement at starts and finishes, but definitely the athletes need to sprint the last 50 meters or so with their transponder on the leg.
Já estão então as embarcações todas alinhadas para a partida. Vamos ter uma partida de água e uma chegada em terra. Boa sorte a todos.
So there we are with the first start of day 2 of racing here at the 2021 World Rowing Coastal Championships. Much calmer conditions than yesterday at the same time of the day. Although I must say yesterday we were not underway until after 9:30, so now it's 8:30 and clean start for everyone. Clean start hopefully also for our commentators boat with James Scott and Peter O'Hanlon. Peter, how is it looking this morning?
Thank you, Sebastian. Absolutely stunning out here. And as this first race of the day here at the 2021 World Rowing Coastal Championships gets started, it's for the Coastal Mixed Double. What a great start it is as well. Absolutely lovely and sheltered in the bay. No issue getting them underway. And the early lead is already Ukraine pushing up there along with France. I believe it's France 5, Sebastian Clare, Sarah Clare trying to push for the lead alongside the Ukrainian combination of Anastasia Kozhenkova and Sergei Budko from Dnipro. Ukraine now really settling into this rhythm. They were level with France, but now pushing up to perhaps half a length lead through the first couple of 100 meters.
Yeah, fantastic settled conditions there on the start line, right inside the centre of the bay. You know, very, very little wind affecting how everyone was holding their position on the line, which meant no one looked like they were having to work too hard at all, really. They were all just relaxed and waiting to go, and everybody got a really clean start with not much bunching at all. And you can see that how everybody's got their own space now. We've just come clear of the marina and the breakwater into a little more breeze, starting to really feel the effects of the tide and the swell. And sea state's got a little more choppy, a fair bit more spray coming off the boats, but again, nobody seems to have any problems holding their course.
So the field's starting to spread out a bit now. Ukraine pushing up to a length and a half lead. It's Ireland just hot on their heels. Monica de Casco, Ronan Byrne, and then just behind them we've got the Dansk Studenten Rock Club from Denmark. Mette Pettersen and Toref Lindholm currently in third, and pushing up in the middle of that combination we've got the world famous now Maya Cornu from Liban Club Nautique France. So that's the 1, 2, 3, 4. And certainly not getting left behind, we've got the Spanish boat over on the far side from Mediterranean to Malaga, where we've got Madrid Balebona and Miguel Gomez currently in fifth. This pod of 5 now starting to break clean water ahead of the boat from Italy, where we've got Annalisa Cozzarini and Rosario Panteca from Rowing Club Genovese. Looking good there for Italy. They're just getting contact again with Spain, so trying to bridge that gap and move up into the front of the field. We're now perhaps 600 meters towards the first turning point, which is 900 meters away from the beach. So this first 1K stretch, essentially a quarter of the course.
It's going to be interesting that this is the point where everybody starts to converge down and they can really see whether that navigation's going to have paid off. Everybody will have been having quick glances over their shoulder, trying to keep an eye on what they're aiming for. We've got still quite a low sun at the moment. It's early start to the day, so it means that a lot of reflections on the water, and that will have been challenging for some, especially the ones on the right-hand side of the pack, to be able to see where they're going. But now they'll all have it in really clear view, and everybody be pushing hard to make the corner.
Now let's just run through the running order as they approach turning point 1. Ukraine still out in front, 2.5 lengths up on Denmark's Dansk Studenten Rock Club, and then we've got absolutely level. We've got Ireland and France. So that's the for Ireland, where we've got Monica de Casca, Ronan Byrne from Kilorglen and Shandon alongside the Liban Club Nautique. They've got half a length up on Spain's de Marclot de Lilo Campello, and then the other Spanish boat, Mediterranean de Malaga, 2 lengths behind them, just ahead of Italy's Rowing Club Genovese. Not far astern for them then, we've got Germany, where we've got Germany 1, Ruder Club Alemannia. Now, first boat's around the corner, clean so far. Bit of a pinch then for France and Ireland, but they haven't gotten caught up. France going very, very tight around the corner, very aggressive line for them. But it has paid off. They've pulled up slightly ahead of Ireland now into third place and are moving through Denmark. So a rapid push here from Maya Cornu and her friend from Liban Club Nautique, Damien Bleudot. And then as they start to pull away, so France in second, Denmark third, Kilorglen and Shandon in fourth, and then it's Spain 6 in 5th, Germany 1 in 7th. Great views here. No issues going around that bend there, James. What did you think? I mean, they've really settled into this slightly choppier water than the first couple of 100 meters of the race, but it's nothing quite like we saw yesterday.
No, and particularly not towards the end of the day yesterday, when we had the ebb tide pushing everybody down onto the mark, and they were really struggling to keep clear water around it. But we've got the opposite situation. We're on the final couple of hours of the flood tide going up the river, which means that, in fact, everyone's been getting pushed a little bit further left on the mark compared to what they would have been. So everybody, I think, has ended up with more space than they thought they would, and no real battles there at all.
No real battles there at all. First 6 through to the A final, so we're going to be keeping on that line between 6th and 7th. Ukraine, though, running away with it. I can't believe this. They had a clean entry and exit to TP1. They're now 6-7 lengths ahead of this tussle for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th between Ireland, who are now pushing up to half a length into 2nd place ahead of Denmark, who are level for 3rd now as France pull up alongside Denmark. And then we've got Spain's Lilo El Campeo currently just at the back of this front 5. Battle for 6th then is between Germany 1, where we've got Rudy Club Alemania just ahead of the Polish national team, Agnieszka Kobos-Zawojska and Maciek Zawojski, the married couple from the Polish national team, now settling into this. They were perhaps towards the back of the pack and have just gradually moved up as they found their pace and rhythm.
Interesting to see how we've got such a tightly packed first 5 or 6, or second 5 and 6 really, because previously there's been quite a spread at this point and we've had a leader and then a few boat lengths between, but I think it shows that a clean rounding of that first mark and nobody getting too snarled up there has meant that it's still competitive the whole way down this second leg.
It just shows, we were saying it all the way through yesterday, clean entry and exit to TP1 is what everybody aspires towards in their race, and this has paid off perfectly for these coastal mixed doubles. Coming in to compete for places in the A final. First 6 to go through, places 7 through 13 in this race will go through to the B final, but obviously the fastest 2 7th place finishers in these heats for the coastal mixed double will also go through to the A final. That line at the moment is currently between Germany and Poland. Germany won in 6th place here, that's the Ruder Club Alemania of Malte Hein and Karina Hein, just half a length up on the Polish national team, who are starting to gain ground. They're moving up with every stroke. Zawojski and Kobos-Zawojska. Interesting to see they're not quite pivoting around as much yesterday because the conditions are a little bit better. Every stroke seems to be counting a little bit more here.
Yeah, we've got much more settled conditions out this morning. A lot of that will be there's slightly less swell coming in from the Atlantic than there was before, but also just with the tide and the wind all having less of an influence right now, it means that it's not creating anywhere near the sort of chop that we saw, especially towards the end of the day. Again, we've got a really nice, long but quite low swell, so there's no real issues. Everybody's managing to maintain power on every single stroke and really good contact with the blades in the water.
So that battle for 6th and 7th still raging on between Poland and Germany. They're now level as Zawojski, Maciek in the bow seat has a quick peek over his right shoulder. We know that there was some difficulty through the course of yesterday just with the swell and the height of the waves to see turning point 2 and that big yellow buoy on the horizon. Not so much of an issue today, so pretty clean navigation, I think, from the entire fleet of mixed doubles making their way that way. In 7th place, though, is still the Polish boat, just a couple of feet behind Germany. Back, though, in 8th place, Spain 3. That's where we got Mediterranean Malaga. They've got 2 lengths up on Great Britain 2. Great Britain 2's Exmouth and Christchurch Rowing Club, where we've got William Loftus and Claire Jameson. Just a couple of lengths down on 8th place, but that gap between 7th and 8th is growing, so we're going to find ourselves perhaps here with two little fleets of boats, and it will make it that much harder for the trailing group to try and get back in touch as they lose sight of the leading group and the places into the A final.
Having just been speaking about the more settled conditions, now we've got into the second half of this leg. Actually, the sea state really has come alive, and we've got a lot more texture, and that rolling swell suddenly got more confused. Probably the difference in depth as we start to come into the bay, but it means that that easy progress they were all making, I think they're having to work a little bit harder for now. Everybody's having to focus a little bit more on making sure they've got blades in the water at the same time, because suddenly people are rowing at different points in a short swell.
It's much pointier today, isn't it? I mean, that's my noddy description of the surface here. It's not the big rolling swells and the rolling waves that we saw the bows piercing through and sort of stabbing through and washing everybody out with that we saw yesterday. It's a little bit more, perhaps harder to get a clean entry and exit for your blade if you're clipping the tops of these points when you think that you've got a stable platform because the boat isn't pivoting around as much. So a little bit more technically difficult perhaps with the blade work, but at least they're not getting thrown about as much in the boats.
No one's getting anywhere near as wet as they were yesterday, and obviously I think we can expect to see that change throughout the day, but this morning they've got a good start to it, and as long as everybody maintains that technique, then a couple of little pivots actually as we come into the choppier stuff out towards the end of this mark. But
so still out in front though, Ukraine leading Kilorglin and Shandon from Ireland. That's the 1-2. Those two boats have broken free of that trailing group where we still find the groups of France, that's Liban and Club Nautique, alongside Spain's Clot de Lilo El Campeo. So positions at the front not to change. Poland have moved through to take 6th place away from Germany. There's only half a length in it. These two having a nice little private battle for 6th place, because that's what it's going to come down to. Leading boat now, Ukraine around TP2. So we'll see how the others handle this as they converge in. The field a little bit more strung out now, so as long as they get that positioning right, they shouldn't get tangled up too much.
Oh, I think we're going to see another set of really clear roundings here. Everybody's actually got a lot of space and water between themselves and the mark, and I think that's the effect of probably little glances over the shoulder to where they're going, and now we're feeling the effects of the wind more into the open bay. They're all getting pushed down on the mark, so essentially the conditions are giving them more space rather than less to work with.
So Ukraine around first by an enormous margin. We've then got Spain, which is Quadruple El Campeo around second. They've got a length up on Kilorglin and Shandon, who are ahead of France 1, which is the Liban Club Nautique. And behind them we've got Dansk Club for Denmark, currently riding in 5th place. This battle for 6th did tighten up though, because Poland angled up. They've been rowing right alongside each other between turning points 1 and 2. They've gotten entirely tangled up, and that has opened the door for Mediterraneo de Malaga to draw up nearly level with 2. So battle for 6 really raging on now as they make the 3rd leg down in towards the Carcavelos beach here in the beautiful Oeiras, and a massive wave just completely washes out Spain 3. I don't know where that came from, but it had their entire bow underwater for a moment there. They seem to have recovered. These great coastal boats just able to wash the water right down off the stern, thank goodness, because it looked as though they were about to go underwater.
I think a big wave like that just stops the boat in its tracks as well. You could see how hard they were working to get the boat moving again, but now they've really picked up the speed. They're flying along, aren't they? This whole leg actually looking a lot less challenging than yesterday. I think the lighter winds, meaning that it's going to be a lot less of a battle into the headwinds that they certainly had before. So I imagine we'll probably see some quicker times down this leg to turning point 3.
We were chatting to our friend Yuri Suchak yesterday about the Ukrainian boat. He'll be delighted to see their performance out in front. And he was telling us, wasn't he, James, that this leg was, for him, the most challenging phase. He was racing in the men's double yesterday. We're looking at doubles here, and they seem to be having a much easier time of it in these light morning conditions.
Much easier time, but it looks like there's some fairly big course alterations up towards the front of the fleet. So again, I think maybe some problem picking out which mark they're aiming for. Again, these big inflatable yellow marks against a sandy backdrop. It can be really hard to spot, especially for the first half of the course, but everybody seems fairly honed in on it now, and once that leading pack have got it in their sights, it's much easier for the boats further back to follow with kind of confidence and surety.
So the leading mixed double from Ukraine just about to pass TP3. They've got 150 to 200 meters up on the trailing boats that are just behind them in second. Still Kilorglin and Shandon leading up ahead of Club Nautique, Liban Club Nautique from France, and Dan Studenten Rock Club. And then we've got the Quadruple El Campeo boat from Spain. That's the leading bunch. This race is still on for 6th place though. Polish national team now pushing up ahead of the Mediterraneo de Malaga and Germany's Ruder Club Alemannia. That's the trio battling it out. There's perhaps 3 lengths separating them for 6th place. So this is only going to tighten up as they come inland now and have to make their way around the last turning points, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7.
Looks like a big course alteration from the 2nd place there. I think they may well have been heading for turning point 4, and at the last minute have realised and now having to go back on themselves. I think actually a few boats are realising that. What we saw at the 1st and 2nd mark was people being given more water and more space by the tide, but now we're further in here and everybody's turning on the right-hand side. They're actually now going to be getting pushed down onto the marks, and I think that over a long leg like this, they're seeing the differences.
They really are. That was Kilorglin and Shandon. They've corrected now and have maintained 2nd place behind Ukraine. But safety has diminished dramatically because just astern from them we find Spain's Quadruple El Campeo currently in 3rd place ahead of the Dan Studenten Rock Club and France's Liban Club Nautique. So this field though at the front, the leading 5 boats looking pretty clean. Poland making the best for 6th place. They've got a length and a half up on Germany's Ruder Club Alemannia, and they've got a length and a half up on the Mediterraneo de Malaga. So this is the battle for 6th place. And coming back into the action, here comes Great Britain. Exmouth and Christchurch Rowing Club, Loftus and Jameson they've got perhaps 3 to 4 lengths of clear water to try and close in on this little battle for 6th. There is time to do it because we've got a kilometre. They come round the Fort de São Julio de Barra here in Oeiras, the last quarter of this 4,000 metre race. The leading boat, Ukraine, now passing TP5 already. Got a couple of 100 metres up on second place, Kalorglin and Shandon looking pretty safe. Amazing to see the Ukrainians just to continue to pull ahead. They're not even easing off the pressure here. They still have that race pace up there. They're at about 30, 32 strokes a minute as they head back into a headwind now, having pivoted all the way around and making their way back in. They've perhaps got 600 metres left of this 4K course. Ireland comfortably in second, just approaching turning point 5.
I think what was really interesting there is that on the second leg, you had such a tightly compacted chasing pack, but it's really spread out now, and I think it shows that a long leg like the third leg, out too many adverse conditions, allows people to really come into their own and cement their lead with power and endurance if they can, whereas that first and second leg is much more about making a clean rounding and good technique through the choppier conditions.
Well, this is fantastic to see for Monica Dukarska and Ronan Byrne of Ireland. Monica Dukarska also was racing in the women's solo. She had a bit of a mishap on turning point 1 that saw a race-ending finish for her, but she'll be delighted to now be back out there in the action, able to race again and having one of the cleanest races we've seen in this Coastal Championships so far. Beautiful scenes here in Oeiras as we are just rounding the Fort de São Julio de Barra, fantastic military fort, still owned by the Military of Defence, so not part of the tourist attractions here yet, but nonetheless a beautiful sight for us to be hosting these Coastal Championships in the shadow of it here on the beach next to Carcavelos. So running turning point 6 in third place behind the Irish, we've got Spain's Club de Lilo El Campeo just ahead of Libon Club Nautique, and then the Dansk Studenten Rock Club of Denmark in 5th place. Holding on to 6th place though, Poland still out in front of this little battle where we see Spain's Mediterráneo de Málaga trying to fend off Germany, but there's only 6 places to go through to the A final.
Some quite interesting situations still occurring at turning point 5. I think a lot of people have been pushed way in towards the fort by the tide, and they're having to make some big course alterations. I think this is the first point we've seen people hit the mark and make some big corrections to be able to make it and look like they were going on the wrong side right up until the last minute.
Navigation so crucial in coastal rowing, spatial awareness and managing not only the wind, which is perhaps the more apparent thing that you've got to contest with alongside the waves, but the currents. We saw a lot of navigating and trying to manage currents yesterday, and it just put so many people on the wrong side of the turning points. 6th place though, Poland ahead of Spain, 3 in 7th, which is the Mediterráneo de Málaga, and then we've got Germany's Ruder Club Alemannia in 8th place.
I think with the wind, it's almost easier to see and predict because you can see how it's impacting the surface of the ocean, whereas with the current, you don't know if you've got it right until you're there, or essentially you've got it wrong. So a much harder thing to play on the day when you're in a boat with only small glances over your shoulder and a clear horizon with which to judge where you're moving.
Heading off in towards the beautiful suspension bridge that we can see in Lisbon, and in 9th place it's Exmouth and Christchurch Rowing Club just ahead of the USA's Green Racing Project in 10th. Italy 2 then coming through in 11th, that's Rowing Club Genovese ahead of Ireland 2, where we've got St Michael and St Patrick's, Davinia Anderson and Neil O'Toole.
So, thanks to Peter and James on the boat, but we're here on the beach and we see the Ukrainian double beaching first. Fantastic sprint here also from Anastasia Kozenkova for Ukraine, catching the win here in this heat number 1 of the mixed double. Let's see who's coming in second. As Peter said, and James, it's the first 6 that qualify for the A final. So this is the dividing line between 6th and 7th place. So Ireland 5 coming in 2nd place. Folks on the beach, let's give them a big hand here. A big round of applause for Ireland 5 coming in 2nd. So that is Monika Dukarska and Ronan Byrne, world-class athletes also on flat water. here catching second place in this heat number 1 of the mixed double. 4 kilometers completed, all turning points mastered. Then we have Spain coming in. That must have been Spain 6, I believe. Yes, Spain 6 out of France 1. Spain 6 is de Marclot de Lilo El Capello, and France is Libourne. Libourne hosting next year's World Rowing Masters Regatta near Bordeaux. Beautiful place. Denmark in 5th, Poland in 6th. Here we are with our 6 contenders out of this heat number 1 for the A final, which means that Spain 3 from Malaga will be racing in the B final. Same goes for Ruderclub Alemannia Hamburg, Germany 1. So many more boats coming in here, going around the bend. And again, please, it's teamwork between the teams and the boat handlers, getting the boats out of the way of the incoming crews.
Ora, tivemos então a primeira regata do dia de hoje, a Ucrânia a levar a melhor, com o tempo 19:27, excelente tempo para esta dupla, Anastasia Kozenkova e Sergil Budko. Ficou em primeiro lugar. Em segundo, a Irlanda, 5 do clube Kilgreen Shandon, com Mónica Dukorska e Roman Barn. E em terceiro lugar, a Espanha 6, com o Clube de Marclot Lilot El Campello, com Nádia Garcia e Adriane Quiroga para a terceira posição. Quarto, Libourne, França, com Maya Cornu e Damien Blodeau. E em quinto lugar, a Dinamarca, com Mitt Petersen e Torleifrud Lindholm. Em quinto e sexto, a Polónia, com o Polish National Team, com Agnieszka Kowzowska e Maciej Zawolski. São estes os 6 que passam para a ronda seguinte nesta primeira regata, que foi o Mixed Double Sculls, aqui em Oeiras, nestes campeonatos do mundo de coastal rowing.
So more crews came in here onto the beach. The United States in 9th place. That was the combination of Bridget Skodorf and Luke Rain from the Green Racing Project, and 10th was Great Britain 2. Great Britain 2, Exmouth and Christchurch Rowing Club. Then we have Italy 2. Italy 2 being Rowing Club Genovese, Annalisa Cozzarini e Rosario Panteca. So full results will be coming up after this recap of this fantastic first race of the day, the heat number 1 of the mixed double sculls.
Excelentes imagens estas que tivemos aqui desta competição, da primeira competição do dia de hoje, neste misto de double sculls. A próxima competição vai ser competição de skiffs, de competição individual masculina. Será a ronda 2, o hit 1, às 9h15, que é sensivelmente 20 minutos. O skiff masculino.
So, second race coming up in a few minutes' time. Actually, 9:15 is the next start time. And this is going to be the Heat 1, Round 2 for the men's solo. So, men's solo, also tough qualification rules. We will see 3 heats. The first 6 of each heat will be racing in the medal final tomorrow afternoon, or tomorrow. And then the ranks 7 to 13 will be racing in the B final. And everyone after rank 14 in their respective heat will not be continuing to race on this regatta. Yeah, so just a few minutes of concentration, of focus, of warming up. You can see the singles already out there on this point before the beach, where the river meets the ocean. Fantastic weather again, as we saw in the previous race. First leg is relatively good to handle, but then halfway through leg number 2, it gets a bit more challenging for the crews here, but this is what they like. It's coastal rowing at its very best here.
And it's a total washdown for the coaches. Absolutely waterlogged. Alfonso Santos, he's running away with it now. Men's solo. Medal. Gerardo Santos for the silver medal for the junior men. Hopefully they'll get the navigation absolutely bang on. It's an awesome lead here, and she gets a wave to ride in on. A fantastic race for both. Duas competição tivemos aqui. Helabel Haji Mohammed. Then it's all to play for, gold or silver. France now perhaps a length behind Spain. Another one for Spain in this weekend. Or racing at a big spring gold. So I'm excited about how they're here. But here comes William. Oh yes, it is for the team. She's got it up here. Junior William double. Stina Williams, Tyra Carvin for Sweden. They take the gold in the 2021 World Rowing Featuring Final for the Junior Williams double. A super performance. Coming down between the boys now, pulling out to a 2-length lead. To take the gold medal for France and the World Championship title in the junior mixed double. Here comes Brian O'Leary to cheer. Start only a quarter of a length or so down in the was the first slalom boys.
Final, the gold medal final of the mixed Coxed Quadruple Sculls event. Spain leading by perhaps a length.
We have Ramon Gomez Cotilla coming in to take the win for Spain in the coastal mixed Coxed Quadruple Sculls. They take the gold. There we go. Another sprint and leap to the buzzer on the finish line here, folks. So Ander Martin, it looks like he's going to be out of the boat first. Ludovic Dubuis is just, it's a challenging dismount for France, but Ander Martin knows he's got it. Spain takes the win in this 2020 World Rowing Beach Sprint Final for the mixed double sculls. Beach Sprint Final champions.
Vencedores da medalha de ouro e campeões mundiais de remo mar nos Beach Spring Finals 2021,
Spain! Here we go, the A final for the men's solo, and it's a fantastically fast start for the sprinter Giovanni. That could not have been faster for the Italian. He's already 4 strokes in. Chetelborg just getting up to speed here now. So here comes Giovanni Ficara for Italy, gold medalist in the men's solo. A fantastic performance. So much support, and coming in for silver medal, Chetelborg for Norway. A great race for him, silver medal. Representing Italy, Giovanni Ficara. There we have it, we're underway with the last race of the 2021 World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals here in Oeiras, Canada, France, Brienne Miller and Maya Cornu-D'Anjou. And it's such a quick start for Cornu-D'Anjou. Goodbye to the buzzer, absolutely everything on it, it's Canada by a fraction of a second. Half a second of it, 2:43.9 to Canada. Half a second, Brienne Miller, world champion in the women's solo.
So we just had on the screen the beautiful recapture, the highlights of the World Rowing Beach Sprint Finals that happened last weekend here on the very same beach. So a combination of 2 events organized by a great organizing committee, by the Portuguese Rowing Federation, and of course the local municipality from Oeiras contributing very greatly. So very shortly we will see the start of the men's solo heat 1 in round 2. And again, as I said, the qualification rule for that one will be the first 6 go through to the A final, 7 to 13 to the B final, and then everyone past the 14th rank will not be racing anymore in this event. So 16 boats will be lining up. Everyone, correction. Give you the number of boats in a minute, but we have a great set of athletes, great group of athletes out there on the water already warming up. Menos de 10 minutos, só 10 minutos para darmos início a esta segunda competição do dia. Vamos para os skiffs masculinos. É a ronda 2, o número 1 da ronda 2. Os remadores já estão a aquecer lá na água, neste fantástico local. Não me canso de dizer, lindíssima este cenário que temos aqui, com o bugio de fundo. Lá embaixo há a Rábida também, toda esta zona costeira da margem sul que nos dá, com a vista sobre a esquerda da Ponte 25 de Abril e de Cristo Rei, este fantástico cenário que estamos aqui montados na Praia da Torre, em Oeiras, Oeiras que recebeu estes campeonatos do mundo de remo de mar. Estamos neste momento a assistir a uma largada dentro da água, a largada podia ser feita fora da água também, mas neste momento é feita dentro da água, com as embarcações todas alinhadas, num percurso de 4 km, no que diz respeito agora à área dos qualifying, são 4 km, mas as finais já são num percurso de 6 km, portanto aumentamos 2 km à distância. Se temos os doubles a fazer 19, 20 minutos, 20 minutos aliás, mais próximo disso, para remar com mais 2 km, vamos colocar mais tempo de endurance nos braços e nas pernas destes remadores.
So in a few minutes' time, we will casting our eyes again onto the water, but we have a crew that is already there in the starting position. James Scott, our co-commentator, who has so much experience in long-distance rowing and in sailing, so reading the waves, reading the currents. He has helped us so much over the last day to learn more about this part of coastal rowing. And then it's Peter O'Hanlon, one of the experts of rowing, knows many rowers. So Peter, what's your prospect for the next race for the Heat 1 of the men's solo? Who would you put your money on?
Oh, you're too kind, Sebastian. My money, though, is firmly and safely in the hands of Adrian Miramont Quiroga from the Demarclot de Lilo El Campeo boat. He's in Spain 1. He's the reigning world champion in the men's solo, both at the beach sprints in Shenzhen in 2019 as well as in Hong Kong at the Coastal Championships. This man can turn a pace in these solo boats. He's no stranger to challenging water conditions, so we will see how he sets himself up for this race. We can, of course, see upset. It's been 2 years since we've seen him race at this level. Of course, there was no championships in 2020. We were due to be here last year, but we're back properly now here in Oeiras for the 2021 repeat. Now, that's who I've got my money on, but also lining up in this boat, we've got some hugely experienced athletes. We've got Koen Metzemakers for Netherlands 1. He's an Olympian in the Dutch sculling squad, so we'll see how his transition has worked out for him into coastal rowing. We've also got Mohamed Tayeb. We've seen him racing for Tunisia for many years, and Miguel Mendes, perhaps Portugal's best hope. He's here representing Setubalense for Portugal. And then there's a number of other highly experienced coastal athletes out there. Pierre Bouffard for Liban Club Nautique. We've seen him racing already. Michael Hittier for Bordeaux. And then Till Andresen for Thames Rowing Club. He's here representing Great Britain. Also for Galliflash Rowing Club, John Harrington. We've seen some great performances from the Irish athletes. They're here in huge numbers. And representing, I believe, 34 crews from 18 clubs across Ireland. So a great turnout from the Irish. Norway's Oslo Rock Club, Sagar Sen, he's lining up in the middle of this start line. So it'll be interesting to see how they get themselves started. But we're still 5 minutes away from the start of this race for the men's solo. Now, James, conditions very different to what they were yesterday. We've just seen a doubles race. What do we think we're going to see when we see these slightly smaller boats in the solo out there in the conditions, certainly between turning points 1 and 2?
Well, I think it'd probably be a bit closer coming around turning point 1. These boats seem to pivot much harder around the marks, which means that they'll probably all be running a little bit closer in. But again, we'll see how everybody handles that tide, pushing them away from the first mark. And if there are any conflicts with people trying to cut that corner a little sharper. I don't think anybody's going to struggle too much in the conditions that are out there. We saw the singles handling the bigger waves really well yesterday, and the quads and the doubles finding it a little harder just because of the boat length. At the moment, there's nothing too challenging out there, so I don't think we'll see a real difference. But once we get to the second half of leg 2, it gets a lot choppier. So again, it's just going to be about technique, and I think those with the experience of handling the choppier conditions will probably fare better.
Not long to go now then. Just 4 minutes until the start of this race for the men's solo.
So just over 3 minutes until we see the men's solo on the starting line, or starting actually. We have Canada's Aviron Lachine and it's Charles House racing.
And we have Spain 1, Club de Mar, Clot de Elliot El Campero, the world champion Adrian Miranon Quiroga. And also from Spain 4, the Mediterráneo de Málaga, Adolfo Marin. Spain 5, the Real Club Náutico de Tarragona, Marc Monfort. And Spain 8, Real Club Náutico de Torrevieja,
Then we have
José Pinzar Iniesta.
Sorry. Then we have France 4 from Libourne, Pierre Bouffard.
And France 5 from Bordeaux, it's Michael Iter.
So Great Britain 4, Thames Rowing Club is Till Andresen.
Germany, it's with you.
Oh, yeah, Germany is with me, of course. Sportschule Olympiapark from Berlin, Maximilian Ketzel.
And put your eyes on Ireland 2, Galley Flash Rowing Club, John Arrington.
Then we have from Lazio, from Italy, Luca Delle Elice.
And from Japan 1, Starline Japan, Hiroshi Nakano. And go for it.
Also from Japan, that's Japan 4. From Kumamoto Rowing Club, it's Imori Genki.
And from Netherlands, Kian RB.
Cohen Metzemarkers.
Cohen Metzemarkers, thank you.
Do the Norwegian.
The Norwegian is from Oslo Rock Club, Sagar Sen.
Oh, then you have a few Portuguese.
Da Académica de Portugal, o Eduardo Souza na embarcação Portugal 2, embarcação Portugal 9 do Setubalense, o grande Miguel Mendes.
Then we have Switzerland 1 Grasshopper Club Zurich, Christoph Braun.
And from Tunisia 1, Tunisia, Mohamed Tayeb.
And finally from Ukraine, Sergei Budko racing for Dnipro. So that's the lineup. And the athletes are out there. We still have 2 of the red and white balls on the mast, indicating less than 2 minutes to the start. And if I look at my watch, it's just over a minute, so the second ball will fall in a few seconds, actually.
Estas bolas podemos ver aqui na bandeira em frente à zona de partida, indicam os minutos para o início da competição. Caiu a bola, falta 1 minuto.
So even with the boats being about 60, 80 meters out there between the 2 buoys indicating the starting line, they can see this visual signal of the ball. Here you have it on the screen very well, and so can act on this visual sign. As you might know, light travels faster than sound, so even if they miss the acoustic signal, they can still start nice and clean. So men's solo, heat 1, round 2 is underway. All boats clean from the start. I can't see any red flags here on the beach. So everyone's happy to be away from the start, and also a happy commentators crew on our launch, following all athletes here around the 4K course. And so it's all yours, James and Peter.
Thanks, Sebastian. Well, what a start that was. Michael Hittier for France. He was the only boat there that tried to go for a moving start. He timed it very well, actually. He was a metre off the start line, but he was up to pace before he hit it. It hasn't paid off too dramatically, though, because out in front already, Mohamed Tayeb for Tunisia on the far side from us, away from the fort, is pushing up, trying to contest with Adrian Miramon-Quiroga for the front of the field here. And then on the opposite side of the start line, we've got for Spain, it's Marc Franquet-Montfort, who is pretty much level for the lead. So that's the 1-2-3. Not being dropped back, though, we've got the other Spanish athlete, Adolfo Ferrer-Martin from Mediterranean de Malaga, John Harrington for Ireland, just behind them, then Kun Metzimakers. Field starting to spread out. It's the Tunisian really punching it out at the front of the field, perhaps 3 lengths ahead already. So he could be expending quite a lot of energy to take this early lead.
That was a fantastic clean start. A couple of really, really great bits of timing there to hit the line moving, but everybody's spread out nicely at the moment, and a little more challenging probably trying to see this mark. The sun's come across a little further round, which means that the reflection on the water is going to be even harder. With a quick glance over the shoulder, there's not really time for your eyes to adjust to the dazzle of that reflection mark, but quite a wide spread as well, I think, with the tide coming into play, pushing a lot of people further down, further to the east, and that will be interesting to see how they all converge back along the point, especially as we're about to hit the deeper water, where the tide will be flowing much stronger, and then decisions and navigational tactics that they've used for the first half of this race might then need adjusted, and those that make the adjustment the quickest will probably reap the most benefit.
Guys, let me just quickly step in here. We have just been informed that both Miramon-Quiroga for Spain 1 and Mohamed Tayeb of Tunisia have received a penalty of 60 seconds for an individual false start. So that might alter the outcome of the race considerably later on.
Tricky news that is, Sebastian. So Quiroga is currently in 4th, but he's going to have to build up quite a margin if he wants to get into the A final. That could see some serious upset if the reigning world champion doesn't get into the A final from this race. So Tunisia is out in front, though. These guys won't know about these penalties as yet. The Tunisian leading by perhaps 2 lengths ahead of Spain 5's Montfort, and then it's Quiroga in 3rd, just ahead of Spain 4, which is Ferrer-Martin, and then we've got Kun Metzimakers for the Netherlands in 5th. 6th place currently held by Spain 8, where we've got Francisco Jose Pizana Iniesta, who is only about a deck up on France 4, where we've got Pierre Bouffard currently in 7th place and moving up. In fact, just as I say it, he's overhauled through the Spaniard. Ukraine then just 2 lengths down on that battle for 7th place. And Ireland too getting into the action on the fort side of this push up towards turning point 1. So the field then a little bit packed. We've got alongside Harrington for Ireland, we've got the Italian athlete here, where we can see Luca Dell'Ellis. Alongside Japan 1. Great to see the Japanese representation here. Japan 1's Nakano Hiroshi from Starline Japan, up ahead of Switzerland's Christoph Braun from the Grasshopper Club Zurich, and then he's alongside Germany 3, where we can see Maximilian Ketzel from Sports in Olympic Park.
Again, really wide roundings by most of these boats. Everybody's got probably a boat length to the mark when they're coming alongside it. I think just an effect of all having that much space and probably making last-minute corrections to try and cut that corner tighter before they come up onto the second leg.
Clean round so far, the leaders out in front. Mohamed Tayeb for Tunisia, then we've got Spain 5, where we've got Franquet-Montfort, and then it's Miramon-Quiroga level with Spain 4's Ferrer-Martin. That's the 1, 2, 3, 4, and then Kun Metzimakers alongside France 4, which is Bouffard. So it goes Tunisia, Spain, 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 Netherlands, and that's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it's tough to pick the remaining places. We've got Spain 9, then Francisco Jose Pinanza, just ahead of the Italian, and then John Harrington for Ireland, and the field much more tightly packed. Appears to be a race stopper here for France 5. We seem to have lost Michael Hittier. Looks like either a broken or a broken gate. He's had to stop rowing, which is a shame because he was one of the early leaders breaking it off the start line. So he's stopped rowing and is being assisted at the moment by one of the one of the support boats. But back to the front of the field, the Tunisians still punching it out for the lead. And Sculls all over the place here, trying to tussle it out. Only 6 going through to the A final, so we're going to keep you up to speed on who is in those positions. John Harrington taking quite a brave line here, slightly on the inner side of the course, trying to keep himself out of that tangle. But it's still the Tunisian out in front.
Yeah, everyone's got really their own space to be rowing their own race for this leg, don't they? Such a wide spread, left to right and front to back, and means that everybody will be probably having to make their own navigational decisions and be a little bit more confident in their own opinion without a pack to follow. But I don't think anybody looks like they're going too wide here, although again with a few boats on the horizon it's so difficult to pick out a mark in the distance a kilometre or two ahead of you against what can be quite a cluttered horizon even out at sea, not to mention the marks that are inshore and you're trying to pick them out against the backdrop of a beach.
Funny enough, there's a boat next to that buoy, so I couldn't see it myself. It was so far away and almost concealed by the silhouette or the shape of a boat just passing in front of it. Good navigation though from Mohamed Taib of Tunisia, who continues to lead out at the front of the field. It's then Miramon Quiroga currently in 2nd place, so trying to push out. These 2 are the ones with the penalty, so they're going to need a minute advantage over this battle for 6th and 7th, which will be the dividing line between a place into the A final and a place which is where the medals are won, of course, so that's what they're all contesting for here in this heat, and whether they'll be going through to the B final.
They're all going to have to work super hard on this leg. They've got a bit of wind against them, but also the last couple of hours of tide flooding in against them, so the power they're having to put down through these blades is going to be so much more to maintain the same sort of rhythm.
Pierre Bouffard for France is currently in 6th place. Hot on his heels though, we've got Spain 4, that's Adolfo Ferrer Martin, currently in 7th place. So it's going to be tricky to see whether these guys can hold in this battle for the front of the field. John Harrington currently in 8th alongside the Italian, where we can see Luca Del Elise for Lazio. Starting to get a little bit lumpier out here, isn't it, James? I mean, some slightly bigger swells rolling through.
Bigger swells, and also that first half of leg 2 is all in the deeper water channel, which means there's more tide running, but you don't see it on the surface in the same way because of the depth of water. It's almost 25, 30 metres out there. But now we're coming across this 2nd mark, is in such a shallow patch of water, almost 5 or 6 metres, means that tide really starts to disrupt the surface of the water. Again, nothing too big in terms of chop, but just makes it hard on the technique, I think.
Not having too hard a time out in front though, Mohamed Taib for Tunisia continues to lead Adrian Miramon Quiroga in 2nd place. We've then got Frankie Montfort for Spain in 3rd, Koen Metzemakers of the Netherlands in 4th. We so often see him in the stroke seat of that Dutch quad. Well, he's setting himself a great rhythm here in this long stint, 1.1 kilometers between turning points 1 and 2. Metzemakers currently in 4th. 5th place, we've got the other Spanish athlete, Adolfo Ferrer Martin from Mediterráneo de Malaga. 6th place is held by the Ukrainian, Sergei Budko from Dnipro, Ukraine. So that's the front 6. 7th place is held by Pierre Bouffard from Liban Club Nautique. He's only a length and a half down on the battle for 6th place. And then trying to this action, we've got Spain 8, where we can see Francisco Jose Pizana Iniesta from Real Club Náutico Torrevieja. And then pretty much level with John Harrington from Ireland. We've got the Japanese athlete from Starline Japan, Nakano Hiroshi. So there's perhaps 8 lengths separating 6th through 10th, and the margins are starting to grow though. So the only one who is actually in touch with the 6th place position is Pierre Bouffard, who has overlap with the 6th place Ukrainian as we come into 400 meters, 300 meters or so of TP2.
I'm really interested to see who out of Spain won and the Tunisian's going to make it round this mark first. I personally think there's some favour to being on the right-hand side of the course, the upwind side, because it means that if you do find yourself too high on the mark, it's much easier to come down than it's going to be for the Tunisian to come back up into the wind to do that. So I think whatever difference there is front to back, that the left to right advantage might be the thing that makes it here.
I think you're probably right there, James. And just looking at the reigning world champion, Miramon Quiroga of Spain, he's taking that line you're describing there, and perhaps that cleaner line will pay off for him, as we'll have to start to see Mohamed Taib for Tunisia cut back in as we approach TP2. Koen Metzimakers, a great rhythm from him here. He's moving up past Frankie Montfort from Real Club Náutico de Tarragona. So the Dutch athlete now in 3rd place, that Spanish athlete in 4th, and then we've got 5th place is still Adolfo Ferrer-Martin ahead of 6th place the Ukrainian, but these two just not managing to leave behind the French athlete Pierre Bouffard from Liban Club Nautique.
Still looking quite calm on the 3rd leg, so they're going to make a turn into still the rolling swell, but nothing too choppy as before. But it'll be really interesting to see how they all handle this 2nd leg and whether we see any big navigational mishaps and corrections like we did before once they're around that. Very tight at the front though as they make this mark. Boats handled that very well.
So Miramon Quiroga closed in dramatically here on Mohamed Taib as they round TP2. There's half a length separating them there. The question is, what is the margin between these two? 7th place position still held by Pierre Bouffard, because these 1 minute Quiroga or Taib will come into play when they've crossed that line, and then we'll know whether they'll be actually progressing to the A final or whether that will be a B final for them. These leading athletes now around TP2, making their way down to turning point 3, and the wind starting to pick up here. I think we're going to see the condition, this 3rd leg of the 4K course, just get more and more difficult, increasingly choppier as the wind picks up through the course of this morning. James, you're telling me about the forecast for later today. It's going to get windier, certainly this afternoon.
Certainly looks like it's going to build as the day goes on, and I think we're just starting to feel the first of that now. It's about, well, it's 10 to 12 knots in the last race, but this is feeling more like 15 out here. And, you know, a few knots doesn't sound like much, but it can make a real difference to your ability to keep the bow of the boat up into the wind. And small errors on navigation will then get compounded much more significantly. As you know, a couple of degrees off will then turn into quite a big correction to have to make further down, particularly on a long leg like this. I've seen some really long glances going on over athletes' shoulders as they're trying to pick out which mark they need to be aiming for. And I think that just goes to show how much time they're having to spend looking behind them and not focusing on their stroke to make sure they go in the right direction. And for a lot of it, that will be time very well spent, because there's no point rowing hard in the wrong direction, but at the same time, that's difficult time to spend when you want to be focusing on your rowing.
Well, that's it. It's a 4K course without any navigational errors, so the key thing is keeping that to a minimum, and that's exactly what we're seeing here from the world-class, world champion, expert navigation from Miramon Quiroga. You couldn't draw a straighter line between TP2 and 3. Taib going a little bit off course here, perhaps spotting the wrong buoy, and we need to see brave moves from these guys, because what you don't want to do is follow an athlete in the wrong direction and then find out that they got it wrong. But Miramon Quiroga has absolutely got it right. He's heading directly for TP3. He's out in front now. Taib in 3rd, Koen Metzimakers in 3rd, Taib in 2nd. 4th place is still with Spain's Frankie Montfort ahead of Ferrer-Martin. That's the leading 5, and 6th place is still the Ukrainian, but he just can't shake this French athlete from Liban Club Nautique. Pierre Bouffard is looking really powerful here. These two have opened up a massive clear water gap to a little fleet who are constantly bumping and bouncing into each other in 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th. There's 5 boats within a couple of lengths of each other there, including the Japanese athlete, where we've got Nakano Hiroshi from Starline Japan, John Harrington from Ireland, and it's going to be tough for them to close in now in this slightly choppier leg, and perhaps a kilometre and a half remaining of this 4K course.
Really interesting to see how that gap's opened up between Tunisia and Spain 1. Huge gap now, and I think that's almost entirely just down to navigation, and essentially Tunisian having to row more miles, or row more meters even. And you know, the person that will come out the best of this is the one that rows the least distance, and essentially that is all just down to the navigation and making good calls early and then committing to them, but also being able to adapt as the conditions change, as they come into different areas of wind, different areas of tide. And we're really seeing that play out in front of us now.
Well, I've got a stopwatch, so I might just take a time as we see Miramon Quiroga round that turning point 3, because the margin between him and current 7th place, where we've got the athlete from Liban Club Nautique, Pierre Bouffard, he's in 7th, so we will see a 1-minute penalty. I believe Miramon Quiroga will have to go and stand in the penalty box, as will Mohamed Tayeb. And if that 1-minute penalty erodes the lead that he's got here ahead of Pierre Bouffard of France, then he won't be going through to the final. It will be Bouffard instead. So we'll just take a time here as we see them go around to just see if we can assess what that margin is. Miramon Quiroga now just hitting turning point 3. Clock started. Let's see how this pans out. Mohamed Tayeb just coming into the last 2 or 3 strokes before turning point 3 himself.
I think this one's probably one of the trickiest legs to navigate, actually, because it's the one when you're looking directly behind you, or rather as the athletes are looking across the stern of their boat, they've got nothing but sea behind them, so they've got no landmarks and no features by which they can take a bearing or a transit and get an idea of whether they're holding a steady course, whereas on every other leg there's a landmass and marks that they're able to use. So really, really difficult to make a call on this and maintain a good course.
That little battle for 8th place is starting to spread out now. Japan's Nakano Hiroshi for Starline is holding 8th ahead of Spain's Francisco Jose Pizana Iniesta in 9th. We then got Germany's athlete here, Maximilian Hetzel from Sportschule Park, and then the Italian athlete Luca Dell'Elise from Lazio, and John Harrington tied in 11th place. Now let's have a look at who's rounding turning point 3. I'll be able to stop my stopwatch here as we see Pierre Bouffard taking the last couple of strokes to turning point 3. And this will give us the margin that is for an A final position. Stopwatch there, 1 minute 20. So there's a 20-second margin in it for Quiroga. If we can see Pierre Bouffard pick up the pace in this last kilometre, perhaps the bendiest kilometre, rounding the Fort de São Julio de Barra here in Oeiras, we might see him take a place into that A final, down to the penalties.
Been a few people getting caught up on turning point 4, actually. I think that's the first mark. Again, just like in the last race, we're seeing people get washed down onto the marks rather than get into clear water around them, and a lot of corrections and good calls need to be made to make sure that doesn't happen in these situations. And again, just adapting different strategy for the first half, for the second half of the race. Much more settled sea conditions in this corner. Towards the end of yesterday, we saw some really, really choppy conditions with a swell bouncing off the fort, but much more settled conditions now.
And you're absolutely right there, James. Look, Kern Metzemakers has moved up into 2nd place, passing turning point 5 here, ahead by 5 lengths ahead of the Tunisian, who is at least 20 seconds behind Quiroga. So I believe Mohamed Tayeb's got himself a 1-minute penalty from the start. We heard that from Sebastian earlier. And if that's the case, then Pierre Bouffard could be in with a shot at an A final place here. Tayeb may not know that he's got this penalty until he hits the beach and has to go into the penalty box. The question will be, all of the athletes on the shore will have to see those two, Quiroga and Tayeb, go into the penalty box and then counting down those crucial seconds to see whether Pierre Bouffard from Liban Club Nautique, and then not far astern of him we had Francisco Jose Pizana Iniesta from Real Club Nautico Torrevieja in 8th place, whether those two can make up that time difference and get to the finish line before Quiroga and Tayeb are allowed out to the penalty box.
In terms of boats across the line, there's so much space between the first 6 or 7 boats. Can't see much changing here, but as you say, those penalties could make a real difference, couldn't they, in terms of how it all pans out?
It's going to be all down to those penos. Well, Metzemak is currently in 2nd, Tayeb in 3rd. We then had Franklin Monfort and ahead of Ferro Martin. So that's the 4th and 5th position. Still in 6th is the Ukrainian Sergei Budko from Dnipro. So that's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we've got Pierre Bouffard, who has dropped back slightly behind the Ukrainian. So that could be dangerous news for his bid for a place into the A final. It will come down to that 1-minute margin, I think, between himself and Tayeb. Then back in 8th place, Nakano from Japan, still holding strong there, trying to keep himself out of the clashes. Missed a couple of strokes there coming up to turning point 5, hasn't damaged his chances as yet. And I think we've got the Italian where we can see Luca Dell'Elise from Lazio getting in a bit of a tussle there with the German athlete Maximilian Ketzel.
There are definitely a few pauses there as people stop to either avoid a collision or untangle the blades, but everybody seems to be round 5 quite well now, don't they?
Yeah, looking pretty clean here. So let's have a look back at the front of the field. The leaders now around turning point 7, starting them to make their way into the beach, and we're going to have this exciting conclusion. We'll find out who will be making it through to the A final and whether the world champion, due to this penalty, doesn't get himself through. So as these leading few men's solo athletes make their way into the beach, let's catch up with Sebastian.
Thank you, Peter and James. Great commentary. We had you all the way of the 4K course. And here comes the reigning world champion in the coastal men's solo, Adrian Miraman Quiroga. He knows that he has this 60-second penalty. He's been informed on the course, so he knows he has to make a lot of ground. And he doesn't know the time gap to the 7th place, which you timed so nicely, Peter. So here he comes onto the beach, surf with the last wave, excellent exit, and he's now running to the penalty box and has to wait for 60 seconds to make good for his falls start, individual falls start. So here comes another world champion from the men's squad from 2019 from the Netherlands. It's Koen Metzemarkers, also Olympic champion just a few weeks ago in the men's quadruple scull. Here we go. Oh, that was not a clean exit, but it'll work out because he didn't have a penalty. So on his way to take the win in this first heat of the men's solo round 2 is Koen Metzemarkers of the Netherlands. Well done, and this transition really has played out well from flat water rowing, if you can call that, at Tokyo on some days, to coastal rowing.
E temos então o olímpico Koen Metzemarkers a chegar em primeiro.
So Spain 5 into the finish, that is Marc Franquemont 4. Still waiting for those painful 60 seconds for Miraman. So Adrian Miraman Quiroga came through in 3rd, even with this penalty. So 3 Spanish scullers here on ranks 2, 3, and 4. And still waiting in the penalty box is Mohamed Taib of Tunisia, who had received the same penalty for a individual false start. So now it's getting really, really interesting here with the place number 6 being the dividing line. Here comes France 4. So that's Pierre Bouffard for Libourne, safely into the finish, and also Mohamed Taib of Tunisia has made it among the top 6.
Ora, tivemos então
So Ukraine came in 4th. Sorry, Ignacio. Ukraine came in 4th. We forgot him here. Sergei Butko of Ukraine also qualifying. And then going to the B final will be France 4. Pierre Bouffard. So these guys took the fight to the line too literally. Slight collision here just behind the finish line, as I saw it, between Ireland and I think it was Italy 1. But great sportsmanship there, congratulating each other on completing this demanding 4K course. Here comes Switzerland. Grasshopper Club Zurich, Christoph Braun in the finish. Yeah, so this is the coastal rowing community. Everyone congratulates each other for competing here, for braving the waves, the currents, and bringing up the endurance to compete in this men's solo. So that was heat 1, still a few crews coming in, a few athletes coming in here onto the beach.
Ora, esta foi então o skiff masculino, a segunda competição do dia de hoje, deste segundo dia do Campeonato do Mundo de Remo de Mar. A sair vitorioso o olímpico Koen Metzenmakers da Holanda. Em segundo, o espanhol do Real Clube Náutico de Tarragona, Marc Franquet Monfort. E para a terceira posição, com uma penalidade de 60 segundos, Adriano Quiroga, o atual campeão do mundo do clube Clota Lilo El Campeio. Para a quarta posição, a Ucrânia da Dnipro, com Serhil Butko.
So we saw Great Britain for Till Andresen for Thames Rowing Club crossing the finish line here. We also have Germany. We also have Norway in the finish, Sagar Sen for Oslo Rowing Club. And here comes another great sprint from a Portuguese.
Grande Mendes, aí está Miguel Mendes, o Portugal da embarcação 9 do Setubalense.
Total exhaustion here, you can tell from his face, but still a happy man. So,
Altura em que chega também canadiano Aviron Lachine, Charles House.
yeah, give everyone a big round of applause here, please. Canada coming in. That's from Aviron Lachine, Charles House. One of our oldest competitors, but very, very fit, obviously. So this is what we all like about coastal rowing. It's a community also of different age groups and fitness levels. Can still be out there competing and mastering the art of coastal rowing. Here comes the other sculler from Japan. That is from Kumamoto Rowing Club, Imori Genki, all the way from Japan. Here comes a sprint, and here comes our applause. Thank you. Arigato gozaimasu. Well done, Japan. So 18th rank overall, one sculler coming in. That's our last boat coming in from heat number 1 in the men's solo. That's a happy smile. I have been here in Oeiras in Portugal, coming from Kumamoto Rowing Club in Japan. So one more athlete coming in. So bit of a spread here in this field, but that's natural, as I said, with different age groups and also fitness levels from Olympic champions to many other great athletes here. Yeah, gauging the last wave, gauging the beach finish here. It's France 5, and that is from Bordeaux, Michel Itier, who had this problem earlier on in this race. Welcome, Michel Itier, with a great flip here across the line. So in good spirits, smiling. Lovely picture. So this was heat number 1 of the men's solo. Ignacio, what do you think about this race?
About seeing the French finishing with with this happiness, that means after 4 kilometers of rowing, through strain, control, water management, they keep being happy. So I'm very happy to see all of these rowers that came all over the world to compete here in Portugal. We are very happy to see them here. And to see all the management from this Olympic and world champions here that we had on this row. Very, very interesting to see the time that they spent to do this 4 kilometers. We will hope to see them also fast in the finals with the 6 kilometers distance here.
Exactly.
So we will moving to 10:30. So that's our next event. We will have the women double scull, round 2, heat 1 at 10:30. We will have a Portuguese lineup over here, I think.
Yeah, so if you wonder why we have these little gaps, of course, the athletes here use more or less the same pool of boats. So to be able to bring so many athletes out onto the water and have them compete, we need a little bit of a changeover time. Sometimes also the boats get a little damaged during the race that need to be repaired. So if we use the same pool of boats, that's absolutely necessary to have those gaps. Next race, as you said, Ignacio, it's 10:30, women's double, heat 1. Then the men's solo, heat 2 at 11. 11:30, we have the men's quadruple sculls, coastal. And at 12, we will see the start of the mixed double scull, heat number 2. We have already seen heat 1 at 8:30 start. So that's the next 4 races lined up for you out there on worldrowing.com or here on the beach.
Ora, a próxima competição vai ser às 10h30. Temos que fazer aqui uma pausa por causa da preparação dos barcos para as senhoras. Vamos para a ronda 2 do HIT 1 dos doubles femininos, onde vai alinhar a embarcação nacional do Caminhense com a Ana Lúcia Gomes e a Diana Ferreira. Às 10h30 é a terceira competição do dia de hoje, agora com uma pequena pausa. E depois às 11 da manhã vamos ter os masculinos, os esquifes masculinos, a ronda 2 do HIT 2, competição, a ronda 2 desta que tivemos agora. E depois às 11h30 com a ronda 2 do HIT 1 dos quadri masculinos, com terminar. E depois às 12 horas será o HIT 2 da ronda 2 deste double mix que tivemos logo de manhã cedo, também às 8h30. E depois fazemos uma pausa e voltamos à 1h30 novamente com competições, e vai ser um dia bem preenchido até às 5h30 da tarde, em que a partir das 4 já vamos ter finais do grupo A, as finais B. Vamos ter os quadris femininos com timoneiro às 4 da tarde, e às 4h30 vamos ter os doubles masculinos da final B, e às 7 vai ser o skiff feminino. Estas são as finais B marcadas para o final da tarde, já com os 6 km de pista.
não. Ok, não, não, até não sabia que tinha ok, yes, okay. So basically, then we can go for the open resort, and then by radio, you follow, the number 2, video number 2. Let's do it. Obrigado. Já foi o almoço? Oi, Ricardo, estás bem? Gonçalo, desculpa. Olha, é assim, não vai haver domingo, confirmaram agora, portanto vai haver a operação de sábado como estava prevista. Pronto, 11h30, em Oeiras nós ficamos lá. Mas não és de Oeiras, aquilo é Rua Fernando da Mora número 2. Ou seja, conheces a estação de comboio de Santa Mar de Oeiras? Pronto, é o lado de terra. Se olhares para o lado de terra, tens a Telepisa. Nós somos a moradia de esquina, atrás da Telepisa de quem está a ver de baixo, não é? Portanto, aquilo é chegar ali junto à estação e depois fazer esquerda para descer e depois é a última paralela. É mesmo a moradia de esquina. É tudo dois armazéns e essa duas 10, sim. Não, só que não desce, ficas na última paralela à tua esquerda. Paralela não, perpendicular à tua esquerda. E é mesmo a moradia de esquina, o escritório é a nossa garagem. Pronto, 11h30, está bem? Tens as autorizações e essas merdas todas, é que estamos em Lisboa, não é? Pronto, impecável. Pronto, já viste o filme de há 2 anos, o ano passado não houve, também viste isso, não é? Eu aproveito para te dizer já aqui uma coisinha que é o seguinte, com esta merda do Covid, aquilo vamos ter saídas de 20 atletas, blocos de 20 atletas, também não vão ser muitos. Pronto, o que é relevante para ti seguir, para além de dar-se a dimensão geral à coisa, são os 3 primeiros blocos. Nos 3 primeiros blocos teremos a partida, os primeiros blocos, 6 primeiros. Ok? Depois vais seguindo aquilo são 3 voltas de 1 km. 3 voltas. Pronto. Depois nas chegadas, tu vais variando o plano, mais baixo ou mais alto. Mais baixo para tentar dar ali um conchego ao bloco, mais alto para dar a dimensão daquilo, a Praça do Comércio, a Casa das Colunas, a Coluna do Resto. Pronto. E depois nas chegadas aqui também. Não esquecer que o primeiro pode efetivamente não ser o vencedor, portanto, isto é contra-relógio e é partida por blocos, isso é familiar para ti, não é? Pronto, estamos em partidas por blocos. Estamos em contra-relógio, uma partida normal, sem as partes, sempre uma bateria ali no chão da parede. Ah, está uma na mesa. Preciso uma mais rápido que assim se dá uma. Ah, tens onde? Há uma que
So just in case you're a coxswain and wonder where the coxswain's weighing will take place, it's in the media tent. Media will be delighted to receive you and weigh you there. No, that was just a joke, of course. There's an umpire waiting for you to get weighed. Coxswain's weighing for the quads is in the media tent. Thank you.
Acho que fizeste um trabalho qualquer. Estava a afinar com eles, com a digital, e estavam a discutir, não sei o que, o gajo disse: tu, pô, João, tu, nem o nome dos teus clientes já, andas-me a chamar Manel, era assim bem filho. E o jogo, tu não é, mas é que eles estavam a tratar o nome dos clientes, não está nada. O gajo também não disse nada. Não, o gajo ficou, só quando ele começou a correr.
So, ladies and gentlemen, 15 minutes to go until we have our next start here, the women's double scull coastal. Welcome back then also to all those of you who've tuned in on worldrowing.com to our live stream. So just 15 minutes until we get underway with our next heat in the women's double.
Estamos a 15 minutos de darmos início à terceira regata do dia de hoje. Vamos passar para mais uma grande aventura neste mar aqui em frente a Oeiras. É a competição que tem início às 10h30, é a ronda 2 do IT1 das senhoras nos doubles femininos.
Marcos não pode estar a preparar a emissão.
So just 7 minutes until we have our next start, and just a quick word with Peter O'Hanlon on the boat already. What are your expectations for this next race, the women's double? Peter?
Tough competition here, Sebastian. We've got all of these athletes lining up here at the start. Just a few moments before we get underway, some big names out there. We can see that we've got Ekaterina Koroshkina, Ekaterina Peterimova from the Russian squad here. So well-known international athletes lining up alongside the Ukrainians, Yevhenia Davodko and Darnia Verkogliad. And then looking through at some of the other athletes we've got lining up here. A great showing from Ireland's Arklow Rowing Club, Marianne Kent and Andrea Kinsella. And from Kincastle Rowing Club, Ireland, 5, Niamh Dugan and Dinica Maguire. And then as we cast our eyes down the field, it's a great spread of nations actually represented here. A couple from Spain, the local favourites I think from Portugal though, from Caminense. We've got Ana Lucia Gomez and Diana Ferreira. And Société Nautique Monaco, Colleen Cossin, Chloe Philibert. It's going to be a good tight race this. Looking at the progression system, it's the first 10 that go through to the A final in the women's double, so it'll be interesting to see how we get underway in this women's double coastal heat.
So great expectations. The athletes out there on the water already warmed up and ready to race. And we'll show you a graphic of the course very soon so that you can memorize, and then when we talk about the turning points, you know a bit better what we are talking about. All turning points marked by yellow buoys. Here we are with the graphic of the course. Start from the just before the beach, going straight out 900 meters stretch to turning point 1, and a long leg parallel to the beach to turning point 2, and then on close to the beach of Carvalho, turning point 3, 4, like a little bit bendy there, and then outside around the fort to beach finish here at Oeiras. Fantastic to have all these athletes racing out here. And let us introduce the athletes. So here we are with the presentation of the participants of Heat 1 of the women's double scull here at the 2021 World Rowing Coastal Championships in Oeiras, Portugal. We have Denmark's Danske Studentes Rowklub Julie Schuh and Lea Hansen.
And from Spain, Club Sportivo Olympic Barcelona, Ana Boada Peiro y Julia Ros Martinez. Also from Spain, 4, Club de Mar Clot de Liliot El Campello, Ainhoa Galpeña y Nadia Garcia.
And from Great Britain, we have Exmouth Rowing Club, and the rowers are Anna Childs and Judith Schultz.
And Great Britain, 3, from Dover, Matilda Johnston and Maria Westburrows.
From Germany, representing Ruderclub Alemannia von 1866 aus Hamburg, Paula Rossen, Verena Rebecca Fetcher.
And Ireland, number 2, from Arklow Rowing Club, Marianne Kent and Andrea Kinsella.
Ireland 5, Kincastle Rowing Club, Niamh Dugan, Dinica Maguire.
And from Monaco, Colleen Cossin e Chloé Philibert. E a portuguesa, a representar as cores portuguesas na embarcação 1, Portugal 1, está o caminhense com Ana Lúcia Gomes e Diana Ferreira.
Then we have from Russia, from CSP, Ekaterina Koroshkina and Ekaterina Peterimova.
E da Ucrânia, para fechar, Ucrânia 2 de ZCU, Yevhenia Dobovsko e Darina Verkogliad.
Well done, Ignacio. Your Russian is better than my Ukrainian, better than mine. Fantastic. So just a few minutes to the start, less than 3 minutes, indicated again by the 3 red and white balls on the mast here on the beach. Very clear visual sign and indication of the time left and also of the start. When the last ball falls, you can go for your race.
Ora, 3 minutos. Podemos ver por as 3 bolas penduradas aqui no nosso mastro para a largada. Já temos as embarcações dos doubles femininos. Esta é a ronda 2 do hit número 1. As senhoras fortíssimas dentro da água. Aqui algum favoritismo para as embarcações da Rússia e da Ucrânia a representar as cores nacionais do caminhense Ana Lúcia Gomes e Diana Ferreira. A embarcação Portugal 1.
So that was a very loud starting signal, clear indication of the start for this women's double already underway. And we've got our all-star team of commentators on the boat, James Scott and Peter O'Hanlon. It's all yours.
Denmark out in front. Finally, somebody's turned my microphone on a bit late, but Denmark out in front, Spain second, Ukraine third. It's a good clean start for Denmark. They were bold enough to go for a really quick couple of strokes just to get their nose out in front. Spain 2's Club Esportiu Olympic Barcelona, that's Ana Boada Pera and Julia Ros Martinez, pushing up into a solid second place, but nobody's closing in on the Dan Studenten Rock Club from where we've got Julie Schuh and Leia Hansen surging out. Ukraine not getting left behind. We know these world famous scullers, Yevhenia Dovodko and Dania Verkogliad, alongside Russia's Ekaterina Kurochkina and Ekaterina Peterimova, well famous in the Russian flat water sculling squad. So these four boats now just making their presence felt at the front of the field, not leaving behind Germany though, where we've got Ruder Club Alemannia, Paula Rossen and Verena Rebecca Fetcher just holding on to 5th place.
Wind seems to have died off quite a bit here compared to the last race, which means that nobody's got much to contend with in terms of weather conditions yet. But as we see, it's always further down on that second leg that things start to get really exciting, and the conditions we experience in towards the start and this first leg out to the first turning point could be completely different later on.
Just doing a quick count of the boats we got out there. I counted 11. I'll have to do a recount in a minute because we're expecting 12. And it's the first 10 that go through to the A final. So that's the dividing line between a place in the medal final and whether they'll be going through to contest the B final. Position starting to spread out a little bit here. We've got Russia just pushing their nose out in front of Spain for second. Not by much, it's a matter of half a metre or so. Ukraine half a length down on those two leaders, and then Denmark a length and a quarter back in 4th, and then half a length behind them we have Germany in 5th. Spain 0-4, which is the Demarclot de Lilo El Campeo. I know Casanova Calpena, who we saw racing in the beach sprints for Spain. She's a rapid athlete getting in and out of the boat. She's in the bow seat, so if they can make a good bit of the race on the water, I think they can be pretty confident with her performance when it comes to the boat exit and sprint up the bank. They're moving up the field a little bit here, now level with Germany for 5th place. And then starting to make their presence felt, the two Irish boats here. We can see Arklow Rowing Club and Kincastle Rowing Club absolutely level, a length down on that Spanish boat. Great Britain coming into the action as well here. We've got Exmouth Rowing Club's Anna Childs and Judith Schultz alongside the Irish, and then about 2 lengths back we've got the Monegascans, Société Nautique Monaco, Colleen Cossin and Chloe Philibert behind them. And then just at the back of the pack we've got the other British boat and Portugal.
Going to be really interesting to see how the leading trio make this mark. They're almost neck and neck here, and when they come down right to converge, it'll be interesting to see if we've got any clashes here. But everybody at the moment looking like they're taking quite a wide line to it, as we saw before. Not much wind at all out here, really, of any note.
Oh, and James, what do you make of the current? They're not being pushed onto the west side of this buoy as much as we saw yesterday.
No, nowhere near. It's about an hour to high water, so there's a lot less water moving than there was this morning, and significantly less than we saw yesterday afternoon. So that's not being so much of an influence at all.
Right, coming around turning point 1, Russia leading a length up on Ukraine, and then we've got half a length to Spain 2, the Club Esportiu Olympic Barcelona. Ukraine having a bit of a crash with Russia at the front, and then it's all crashing into each other. Ireland, Arklow and Kincastle, bit of a clash of blades there. Great Britain just squeezing past them as that turmoil unfolded. Russia and Ukraine entirely tangled up at the front now, though. That's lost them their lead. Spain's Barcelona boat goes rocketing out into front, joined by Quadruple El Campello now in second. That entanglement between Russia and Ukraine lost them the lead. They're now battling it for third with Dan Studenten Rock Club for Denmark.
Amazing to see how one little entanglement and a couple of cross blades can spiral into something so much more significant. You end up with one boat on top of the other boat's blades, and after that everybody has to stop to try and get things untangled. I think we saw one of the Irish teams bow, or Monacan team's bow, ride up over the stern of the Irish boat, which was quite impressive, and they had to push it back off the stern. It goes to show how close they really do get.
So that's the leading 5, where we've got 2 Spanish boats, we've got Russia, Ukraine and Denmark, and then absolutely level, we've got the 2 Irish boats, Great Britain and Germany. Nothing separating these 4 boats for 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. Monaco then a length and a half down in 10th place, and then we've got Portugal 1, where we can see the Caminense, Ana Lucia Gomez and Diana Ferreira, perhaps 4 lengths behind, and then we've got Great Britain 3, the Dover club there, Matilda Johnston and Maria West Burrows back in 11th place at this stage. So 11 boats out there, 10 go through to the A final, so it's essentially a race to not be last, but a great opportunity for these athletes to get a bit of experience in some of these out here on the course, but I guess not nearly as choppy as we saw yesterday, so they won't be getting the full feel of what it can be like out here on the coast just off the Carcaveros beach and in the shadow of the Fort de São Julio de Barra here in Oeiras.
Not yet as choppy, I'd say, Pete. I think this afternoon's going to see much more exciting conditions, more akin to what we had yesterday. But certainly it's a nice gentle start, and certainly the first half of this leg is a gentle start compared to what it's going to be like for the second half of it. It's really hard to appreciate from that low vantage how the sea state changes ahead. So even the teams on the water won't really appreciate what they're rowing into until they're there. And you know, they all handle it as it comes incredibly well, but it means it could be quite a change in attitude and approach to suddenly be in rough water when you've had such a smooth bit now.
And their race strategy as well. I mean, when you've got the flat conditions like this is when you want to be putting down the power to make sure that you get yourself ahead and you get the boat speed going when you're in conditions that you can actually use your technical proficiency, the blade work right, getting your power curves matched, because it's just every man for themselves essentially when you get into those choppy conditions, and you need to keep the boat moving. Chatting to some of the athletes yesterday, they said their forearms were absolutely burning through the constant minor adjustments in those tricky conditions.
I mean, there's so many little muscles getting moved, dealing with all and compensating for the movement and the way the blades hit the water every single time. It's a different time, it's a different impact every single time, and it's really hard to drop into a rhythm. So all those little muscles that you don't use in normal bits of life and normal rowing really come into their own in conditions like this.
Well, out in front at the moment though, it's Club Esportiu Olympic Barcelona for Spain, currently leading against the Russian boat, and then Ukraine, so they're currently in second and third, a little bit ahead of the Quadruple El Campello Spanish boat. We've then got Denmark riding in fifth. There's perhaps 3 lengths of clear water back to Great Britain, who've moved up the field slightly here, where we can see Great Britain 1, that's the Exmouth Rowing Club combination of Anna Childs and Judith Schultz just pulling a length and a half up on the Arklow Rowing Club from Ireland, who are feeling a bit of pressure here as Germany come alongside them, the Ruder Club Alemannia, and then a length behind them we've got Ireland 5 from Kincastle Rowing Club, Niamh Dugan and Dinika Maguire.
Not too much left to right spread on this one. Everybody seems to be in a bit of a train behind each other. A bit of separation, but nothing like we've seen on some of the previous races. So it's probably not going to be any big gains or losses to be made once they get into the windier conditions, get blown left or down on this mark. But we'll see there's still, some of the back boats could still come out a fair bit, certainly if they see the boats ahead of them start to struggle with that.
And it is tricky, isn't it? Every time I look up for turning point 2, I can't see it because it's hidden by the silhouette of a boat, but we can now clearly see turning point 2 and the great course that all of these athletes are making directly towards it. The Barcelona Spanish boat still out in front. We see Russia start to pull up alongside Kurochkina and Petirimova, a very, very well established and high standard level of Russian sculling that we're seeing pulling up towards the lead. Ukraine didn't much like being involved and having that entanglement as they trying to keep terms with Russia as they move up alongside Barcelona.
I just think it shows you can't assume anything when you're trying to pick these marks out from the horizon, because sometimes the place with the most boats is where the mark's going to be because they're all waiting for the action to turn up, but sometimes there's so many boats on the horizon you've just got no idea. So they've got to be really sure what they're aiming for, and they can't just aim for where they think the boats are and therefore that means that is where the mark is. They've got to be able to see the mark, pick it out and make sure they're running the right course for that.
Well, here comes Germany, middle of the pack. They're currently in 6th place, 7th place behind 6th place Great Britain, and they've just moved up past Ireland, so they're really finding their rhythm here. A great pace set by this combination of Carla Ross with
so
the
we're
Great
still
Britain
out on
one
the
boat.
ocean. We're still out on the ocean, so we have got a little bit of an interference here, but I think we should live with this and just enjoy the great commentary from James Scott and Peter O'Hanlon.
A length up on Germany now, and just trying to hold it off. I think Great Britain sensed that move from Germany, didn't much like it because they'll all be now thinking they're within 150, 200 meters of TP2. This is one of the longest stretches that they'll do, 1.1k from turning point 1 to turning point 2. They'll be rounding that and then doing an 800 meter push into turning point 3. 3 sides of a square essentially around the Fort São Julio de Barra fort, and then it's just a couple of kinks before they make their way into the beach. Germany's speed is just a little bit too much for Great Britain 1. Germany now half a length down on Great Britain, starting to row through the bow seat there. Paula Rossen constantly able to look over her right shoulder. In fact, she's barely looking in the boat. She's got her eye fixed on that GB boat, wanting to make sure they don't have a clash.
Such a hard thing when you're focused on your rowing to keep your head out of the boat and look around you and the conditions. We've just come into the area where the breeze has really started to pick up. We can feel it here on our boat, feel it on their boats, and that will make a big difference as to the course and the line that they picked on the first half of this. May now need some significant adjustments to make sure nobody takes this mark too wide.
Rounding turning point 2 now then is Russia who get there first, a length up on Barcelona and then a length back to Ukraine. That's the 1, 2, 3. We've then got perhaps 5 to 6 boat lengths back to Lilo Elka in 4th place. Level coming up to this buoy, so it'll be interesting to see how Germany and Great Britain won onto the turning point and whether they can keep themselves apart and avoid any.
Yeah, so we have taken the signal off for a little while until they get into a better position to have a better transmission for us. But great pictures we've had all day, full connection here on the pictures, and we now on turning point 2 here. And that's the crew from Germany here making their turn just ahead of Great Britain. Just trying to keep that boat speed. Great Britain now correcting the course. Great Britain 1, that is Anna Childs and Judith Schultz from Exmouth Rowing Club. And I think we can give it another try. Let's see. No, at the moment it's still breaking up, so it's a tricky connection here with the Fortress actually blocking our radio signal at some points down the course, and as this is part of the Ministry of Defense, there's not much that we can do about it. Actually, we can't just simply put another antenna on top, so let's live with that. Beautiful pictures though, nice swell, not too much wind out there today, so you can really try and keep the boat speed up with a parallel movement of both scullers here. The double scull is really a beautiful boat, beautiful teamwork from all teams here. Great Britain won, trying to maintain their pace here. So again, a reminder, the top 10 will go through to the A final. And this A final for the women's quadruple is at 3 p.m. tomorrow. Yeah, so let's try again with Peter and James out there on the ocean. How is it looking?
It's up on Ukraine. Ukraine currently in second, 2 lengths.
Yeah, I mean, it's like dipping the microphone into the ocean in between, so we cut that for the moment. But I'm sure when the boats come closer to the fortress, then we will have them back again. Yeah, great to see so many people here on the beach watching it. It's a little bit like an open-air cinema then. So Arklow Rowing Club from Ireland making their way down this leg, going directly towards the shore. And I think we now got the thumbs up for another try to catch up with Peter and James.
Thanks, Sebastian. Well, we've moved over to turning point 6, where we're hoping our transmission can get round the magnificent fort here. And I can tell you that leading the way to turning point 3 is Russia surging out in front. They've now managed to pull ahead of Ukraine and the Barcelona Spanish boat. Barcelona easing off ever so slightly. Tough stuff because they're up against some really hot international competition. The athletes from Barcelona competing alongside Ukraine and Russia. Currently and still in 4th place, we have the Quadruple El Campeo combination of Ainhoa Casanova Calpena and Nare Felipe Garcia. They're currently in 4th. And not much changing at the front of the field. The field very much spread out now. And I think still towards the back of the pack, we've got the Dover combination from Great Britain 3, looking in that danger seat, 11th place.
Really interesting to see how they've all rode into much lighter winds already. The first half of that strong wind on the bow, but now into the lighter stuff, less tide to contend with than the last boat. But then again, on these really inshore little areas, predict what the tide is doing in these conditions. So they'll only, for all the research they can do and looking at tidal stream atlases, it's what you experience out here is what's going to really matter. And those that pick up the differences the quickest are the ones that are going to have the least corrections to do. But it looks like there's been no big navigational corrections had to be made, certainly on that long leg, which is testament to all the team's ability to keep looking ahead and reading the conditions, and the shorter legs are much easier to manage, I'd say.
Pushing around turning point 4 now then, Russia leading Ukraine 2 lengths up ahead of the Barcelona boat. We've then got Quadruple El Campeo still in 4th place. No real issues navigating around turning point 4 yet. They're going to come up towards turning point 5 and they'll have to go around the other side of turning point 5. So as they make their way around the fort, they'll know now that they're over 3K into this 4,000 meter race. So they're into the final quarter. And towards the back of the pack, that dividing line between 10th and 11th will be the key thing here. But I think it's going to be too much of a margin for them to close down the British boat trying to move in on Monaco, still clinging on to 10th place. So it's going to be much of a procession here for the leading boat as they round the fort. No penalties we've heard of thus far, so it should be a pretty clean conclusion to this heat for the coastal women's doubles.
no one seems to have any issues getting pushed down onto the marks on this one, which we saw even a couple of hours ago on the races. So clearly the tight easings made a big difference to their ability to keep a good course and track through the conditions. So, marks are much easier to gauge where you're headed and whether you're on the right kind of line, because you can see how these marks move across the land behind them, which on the more offshore legs is a lot harder to do with only a horizon and no landmass behind. So everybody seems to be managing that really, really well.
Well, now coming up to turning point 6, Russia out in front again. It's almost like a battle for pride of place between the two leading boats, Russia and Ukraine. Not much separating them here. They've basically tagged the lead between each other all the way around the course. There's 2 lengths between Russia, who are leading, Ukraine currently in second, and they've opened up quite a clear water margin here, perhaps 4 boat lengths back to the Barcelona boat from Spain, and then we've got perhaps 60 meters or so back to the other Spanish club, the Quadruple El Campello boat. These leaders now past turning point 6, making their way towards 7. Quadruple El Campello now coming up towards turning point 6.
Some trickier conditions in here as the swells bouncing off the walls of the fort. It means the boats are moving quite a lot left to right, almost more so than we saw offshore, just because the swell's so mixed. At least with the longer rolling swells, they're easy to predict. You can see them coming easier. But on the inshore bits, where everything's a lot more confused, it can be much, much harder to judge, and you just got to deal with what you get on a second-by-second basis, which can be very difficult to adapt to that quickly.
Well, passing turning point 6, Quadruple El Campello at 30 strokes a minute. Denmark, the Studenten Rock Club, also at 30, so not really pushing too hard. They'll be thinking about conserving their energy, not wanting to burn themselves out today. And we can see at the back of the pack that British boat has had to make quite a course correction. I think they were heading directly towards the fort, and then they realized that turning point 3 is actually quite some way off in the direction of Carcavelos, so they've adjusted for that. Now rounding turning point 6, Germany 1 leading ahead of Arklow. We've got the Ruder Club Alemannia with 2 lengths up on Arklow rowing clubs, Mary Ann Kent and Andrea Kinsella.
Such a difficult thing when you've got a spread out middle of the pack that you don't have something clear to follow if you're the boat coming round a mark, and you pick out what you think is it and you don't know whether the boat that's way off is actually doing the right thing or the wrong thing. And you know, if you see what you think is the mark and commit to it, it can be really hard to then realize you've been going the wrong way and have to make a big correction, as we just saw there.
Passing turning point 6, in 8th place we've got Exmouth Rowing Clubs, Anna Charlton, Judith Schultz. And then 9th place, there's a big margin back to the 9th place boat, just moving up between turning points 5 and 6. Confirmed to you in short order that it is the King Castle Rowing Club, Ireland 5s, Niamh Dugan and Dinnica Maguire. A great race from them, but the lead is now coming up to the beach. So Sebastian, have Russia managed to maintain that lead?
Only just so, because we've got a fight, or they've got a fight on our hands. It's the Ukrainian double catching up with the Russian combination here. So very close finish at the beach. Guys, get excited on the beach here. Come on, let's cheer for our athletes here coming in. It's Ukraine or Russia that will take this first heat, that's for sure. Very early exit for Russia, but deep in the water, both of them deep in the water. And I think some more problems, some more struggle here for the Ukrainian runner. Russia takes this win here in heat number 1, Ekaterina Pitirimova, I think it was, coming in, just beating Darina Kolyat on this last stretch here. Fantastic roll for both teams from Ukraine and Russia. Spain 2 coming in now. And Ignacio, who is Spain 2?
Spain 2 is Club Sportivo Olímpico Barcelona with Ana Boada that we see arriving here and Julia Martinez. Bueno, que tenemos España aquí para la tercera posición. Trying to improve my Spanish here. Vamos lá, público que está aqui na Praia em Oeiras, vamos aplaudir estas senhoras dos Double Scull femininos que entraram em competição. Sai vencedora a Rússia, em segundo a Ucrânia e terceiro a Espanha, do Clube de Barcelona.
And here comes Spain 4.
Yeah, que tenemos España 4. Club de Mar, Clot de Lilot El Campello con Ainhoa Calpena y Nadia García para la cuarta posición.
Yeah, so again, teamwork between the teams arriving and the boat handlers. Denmark in the finish now, Julie Schuh for Danske Studenters Rowclub in Copenhagen.
Dinamarca então para a quinta posição com Julie Schuh.
Water looks deeper than it is. Exit for Germany. Early exit. So it looks flatter than it is actually, of course. And here we are coming into the finish. Paula Rossen of Ruderclub Alemannia Hamburg finishing in 6th place. Again, a reminder, the dividing line is the 10th. So first 10 go through to the A final tomorrow afternoon, 3 o'clock. Ireland 2 finishing in 7th position. Arklow Rowing Club, Marianne Kent, Andrea Kinsella. So Great Britain 1, Exmouth Rowing Club, Anna Charles and Judith Schultz also making their way to the finish line in 8th place. So another secured spot here and happy rower on the beach.
Ora, temos então Rússia, Ucrânia, Espanha, Dinamarca, Alemanha, Irlanda e Inglaterra já na praia. As 8 embarcações que já terminaram.
Yeah, so 3 more boats to come in actually, as we see here. It seems to be another boat from Ireland coming in here. Ireland 5, King Keslach Rowing Club, Niam Dugan and Danica Maguire. Danica Maguire sprinting to the line here, securing rank number 9. And now it's a very close fight. It must be Portugal and I don't know actually who we've missed so far. So Portugal definitely in the mix there. But it's all up for the final sprint here between the last 2 crews coming in, as I see. So Monaco and Portugal it must be.
Vamos lá, público aqui na praia, puxar pela embarcação portuguesa para chegarmos às 10 finais. Vamos puxar pelas remadoras do Caminhense, Ana Lúcia Gomes e a Diana Ferreira. Vamos lá, meninas, vamos a sair bem da água para conseguir garantir aqui o 10º lugar neste alinhamento double scull feminino contra a embarcação do Mónaco, da Colin Cassis, que vinha um pouco mais à frente. O Mónaco a chegar-se à 10ª posição. Vamos lá aplaudir agora as remadoras do Caminhense para a 11ª posição. Bom esforço.
So Monaco just taking that 10th place, that vital 10th place away from the Portuguese combination from Caminhense. Great race from both crews, and so fair congratulations between the 2 athletes on the shore here. And I always admire the quick and precise work of the boat handlers together with crew members taking away the boats directly from the finish line just after the athlete has left the boat for the final sprint. One more boat to come in, just around the last buoy. Right, so here we are with 3 minutes to go to the next race already. Let's prepare. So up for grabs is another set of final air places. We will have the first 6 go through from heat number 2 of the men's solo with Algeria. Sid Ali Boudina
And Denmark, DSR from Peter McGross. And Spain 2, Mediterráneo de Málaga con Ramón Cotilla. Spain 7, Club de Remo de Algeciras, Daniel Garcia.
Then Cherbourg, Fabien Gernet. And France 7, sorry, Cherbourg is France 2. France 7 from Saint-Jean-de-Luz, Lionel Picard.
And from Great Britain, Exmouth Rowing Club, William Loftus.
Great Britain 9, Fishguard and Godwin Jamina Rowing Club, Chi Owen.
And German one, Rode Club Armenia, it's Lars Wirchert.
Yeah, so the reigning World Rowing silver medalist of 2 years ago. Then from Greece, Omilos Philantalassis, Georgios Kefalidis.
Ireland 3 from Arklow Rowing Club is Corner Kelly.
From Italy 2, Santo Stefano Almare is the rowing club, and the rower is Riccardo Delfino.
And Japan number 2, Toyota Rowing Club, Sotashi Sakaushi.
Then from Lithuania, Bangputis Rowing Club is Sigimantas Galizanskis.
And from the Netherlands 2, the Kian RB, it's Goose Monley.
From New Zealand, Tauranga Rowing Club, Martin Wouters.
Portugal 3, do Setubalense, Marcel Simões. Portugal 8, do Vila Condenseu, Diogo Santos.
Then Switzerland 2, Cyclop Stefan, Benjamin Solon.
And from Tunisia SL, Mohamed Karali Monsori.
So these are the athletes lined up already at the start line and now waiting for the start in about 30 seconds. So this was start of heat number 2 of the men's solo. Everyone underway, and I can see also our commentators boat trying to get a view of the race. So James and Peter, how does it look like for this heat number 2 of the men's solo?
Ramon Gomez Cotilla out in front for Mediterráneo de Málaga, leading only by a matter of inches ahead of, for Italy 2, we've got Riccardo Delfino from the Santo Stefano de Almare, currently in second, but not by much. Here comes the Tunisian, where we've got Mohamed Khalil Mansouri having a bit of a tussle with Germany. That's where we've got Lars Wiekert, the well-known international single sculler. He's having a great battle out at the front, trying to contest the lead at the moment, but then the rest of the field pretty tightly packed. Algeria making a press for the front as well, Sid Ali Boudina.
Very nice start from a few of those boats, a couple of phenomenal bits of timing, particularly from Ireland 3 and Arklow. Cormac Kelly hit the ground running really hard there. Big commitment, big risk, but seemed to pull it off very well.
It's Zigamantis Galisanskis for Lithuania, who is contesting the lead now, trying to pull up alongside the Dutch athlete there, who is Goose Mollet, contesting the lead over on the Lisbon side of the course. This tightly packed field of 6 athletes at the front. It's 6 places through to the A final, so that's where we're going to be keeping our eyes. If anybody can get back in touch with this leading group, this leading pack out at the front of the field, because I know a number of these athletes trailing towards the back of the pack will be wanting to get into that A final, but there now is an open water margin. We can see the French athlete here, Fabien Gernet, trying to get in there, Lionel Picard as well, but there's perhaps a length separating that leading pod of 6 athletes from 7th place, which is currently held by Algeria's Sid Ali Boudina.
It's interesting to see how in the relatively flat conditions at the moment, without much wind and tide running, how much turbulence the boats themselves create. And actually the ones at the front have got much cleaner water to be able to row in, where some of the ones further back, it looks like they're rowing in almost a different race in terms of the conditions, because it's so much choppier. And it does make that much difference, even just 20, 30 meters back from a pack ahead of you.
That's what we've been hearing from a number of people. You don't want to be in anybody else's dirty water. You can set it all up for the others, though. So out in front, though, pushing for the lead, it's the Netherlands at the moment, trying to make a good start here. Guus Mollé has won that battle with Žygimantas Galasanskis of Lithuania for the front, and he's moving up to a pretty good lead ahead of Lars Wiechert for Germany, who's in front of Spain 2's Ramon Gomez Cotilla for the Mediterráneo de Málaga. But there's nothing separating this leadership as Lars Wiechert now starts to pull level. He's such a powerful athlete. He'll be thinking about the boy now, both him and Mollé peeking over their shoulder every couple of strokes just to check their trajectory. They've pulled out to a length up now on the Spaniard, Gomez Cotilla, who's got a length on Žygimantas Galasanskis, who's pretty much level with the Italian now as they come up into 50 meters or so of the turning point.
Very, very wide mark roundings being lined up here. Nowhere like the 90-degree turns we've seen previously. People are coming in almost level with the course they're about to be taking.
Here comes the turn. It's Mollé out in front. Lars Wiechert wanting to pivot his way around, so he holds it up on the inside, which absolutely devastated his boat speed. So he's now length down on the Netherlands, and they're now just trying to look over their shoulder and figure out where on earth is turning point 2. Italy 2 now coming into 3rd place, moving up. That's a great performance from Riccardo Delfino. He's pulled in ahead of the Spaniard, Gomez Cotilla. 4th place, Algeria. 5th, Tunisia 2. He's had a good last 100 meters there. Mohamed Mansouri moving up alongside the Lithuanian Galasanskis. Then at the back of this leading pack, we've got France 7. Quite a lot of clashes now coming in at the back of the field here, trying to make a clean route around the corner. Great Britain 9 going into Portugal 8. So Great Britain 9, that's Che Owen from Fishguard and Gudik Jemima at the back of the field here Peter, alongside Portugal's Diogo Santos.
So Peter, let me just quickly step in here and inform you that we have 4 rowers being awarded a penalty. 60 seconds penalty for Japan's Satoshi Sagaguchi, then also for the Lithuanian Žygimantas Galasanskis, and also for the 2 Portuguese scullers, Marcelo Simões and Diogo Santos. So all will have to wait in the penalty box for 60 seconds once they're here on the beach.
Well, wow, Sebastian, thank you for letting us know that, because that could be devastation for Galasanskis here. He's a well-known international athlete, and if he's got to deal with a 60-second penalty whilst he's trying so hard to get into this leading 6, he's currently in 7th place. That 1-minute penalty would spell disaster for his bid for an A final position. Let me run you through the leaders at the moment then. Lars Wiechert for Germany out in front, a length up on Guus Mollé for the Netherlands. We've then got Gomez Cotilla of the Mediterráneo de Málaga in 3rd. He's a length up on the Italian, Riccardo Delfino of Santo Stefano al Mare. And then in 5th place is the Algerian Sid Ali Boudina. 6th now, Galasanskis just moving past the Tunisian Mansouri. So Mansouri drops into 7th, and then we've got France 7, which is from the Saint-Jean-de-Luz, Lionel Picard. So that's the leading rundown of the first 8 athletes. We've then got perhaps a 4-length gap back to France 2, which is Fabien Guernet from the Cherbourg Aviron Club, who's having a bit of a battle with Great Britain 1's William Loftus from Exmouth Rowing Club. Field really spread out now, James.
Yeah, really spread out. Everybody, beautiful conditions to be rowing into. You've got a clear, cloudless horizon up ahead, which is going to make it much more manageable picking this mark out. And everybody seems to have done that. There's no one going off at any big tangents, but also fantastic conditions to be looking at as you're rowing out. We've got a spectacular skyline behind us, and yeah, what a day for it. It
really is beautiful conditions here in Oeiras, just outside Lisbon. For those tuning in around the world, Lisbon, of course, the capital of Portugal. We're just under an hour to the west of the capital here in Oeiras, where we've got beautiful conditions here on the water. Today, a lovely day for racing. And just as I say, Lars Wiechert getting a little bit washed down there by an unexpected wave. No trouble, though, for this German international athlete. He's extended his lead over Guus Mollé of the Netherlands to perhaps 3 lengths. And then behind him, we see this battle continue. The Italian having a great race here. Riccardo Delfino, the young man from the Santo Stefano al Mare, feeling a bit of pressure though from Spain's Gomez Cotilla, currently in 4th place, but that's because the Italian has moved up the order. This young athlete from Santo Stefano al Mare having a really great race up to turning point 2.
Definitely getting a lot wetter on board now in the second half of this leg. We're out of the deep water channel into the shallower water, and it only gets shallower and shallower the further to this mark we get, which means it's going to get wetter and wetter, I think, for everybody on board. It's interesting to see all the different bow shapes out here, how they're handling these conditions, and it's not necessarily just the bow shape, it's the size of boat they're on as well. So some on the quads handle completely differently to what it does on the single or the doubles, and a good example of it out here really today.
Well, I'm glad you said that, James, because this is a solo race, and then after this we've got the quads coming down. It'll be interesting to see how those longer boats handle these water conditions. Currently in 5th place though, we've still got Sid Ali Budina for Algeria. 6th was Zigamantis Galisanskis of Lithuania, but just moving up, Lionel Picard, a powerful athlete there. He's just stolen 6th place from the Lithuanian. Picard here from the Saint-Jean de Luz, one of the older athletes in the field, born back in 72, so he's got a great deal of experience, and that's really paying off. He's considered one of France's top coastal athletes, 7th by the National Federation, so they might have to re-look at that and re-examine how things are going when it comes to that lineup. Maybe with the recent signing of Jürgen Grobler from British Rowing, we might see some changes in how they do things like that, and Lionel Picard might get a bit of recognition when it comes to his performance here in coastal rowing despite his age. He's having a great race here, moving up ahead of Lithuania's Galisanskis.
Quite a bit of space between the leading 5 at the moment. They've all gone quite wide all of a sudden, and I think maybe some of that's tactics, or a lot of it just we're into the windy a bit again and people aren't realising how much that's affecting their course and how much they're getting blown down. Some boats quite a long way to leeward of the mark, but essentially are going to have extra meters to row to make up for it, and we'll see if they realise that in time and manage to put the power back on and claw back those meters.
I think you're right, James. They'll feel every extra meter, and it'll only be frustration when they realise any navigational issues that add distance to their race. That's the last thing they need. Today being water starts and beach finishes, the penalty box is on the beach. But should we have any challenging conditions on the beach, it could be a water finish, and the way that the penalties work then is that they have to row an extra little mini course around 2 buoys that are 100 meters apart to row out their penalty. So it's interesting that a penalty is extra distance on the water, and that's also what you get if you get a navigational error. You got extra yardage to row, but the field immensely spread out now. My take on the front of this field though, Lars Wiekert is having a great race.
Yeah, you're penalised for any mistake in this, whether it be a technical one or a navigational one, and it only takes a few extra meters to have to row before you've lost a boat length, and that's essentially what it comes down to. And a lot of these races we've seen so far have only been separated by boat lengths, and that really brings it home as to what a difference it makes.
Lars Wiekert coming to turning point 2, so we're 2 kilometers into this 4K race. Turning point 2 is halfway, and he's got 3 to 4 lengths of clear water up on Guus Mollet of the Netherlands. We've then got Gomez Cotilla for Mediterráneo de Malaga coming around the turning point in 3rd. The Italian's had a great race. He's dropped back a place of Santo Stefano del Mare. He's in 4th. We then got perhaps 4 lengths Sid Ali Budina, who's opened up clear water now on Lionel Picard for France, currently in around turning point 2. Lithuania still in this battle with Great Britain.
Algeria actually ahead of the Italians head-to-head, but to the leeward side of the course, and now a good few boat lengths behind, having lost all of that just to the wind, I think.
William Loftus rounding the buoy behind Lionel Picard, and that means he's managed to win that race to turning point 2 ahead of Galisanskis of Lithuania. We've then got Mansouri for Tunisia, so the positions are still out in front. Lars Wiekert leading the Dutchman in 2nd. Mollet, not much changing there. They look to be picking the wrong buoy on the beach though. They're slightly off towards turning point 4 instead of turning point 3, so they'll have to make an adjustment. And just as I say it, I see Lars Vikert peeking over his shoulder a couple of times. Is anybody going to be brave and not follow the boat in front of them and course correct first towards turning point 3?
I don't see that at the moment, and I think actually some of them have been going for turning point 5 in fact, and they're 2 boys too far to the right. There's been a lot of glances over the shoulder, but I don't think anyone's picked it up yet. And I see no one else, certainly not in the mid-fleet, having realised that. So there's going to be a lot of extra metres rowed, and it means that I'd say there's at least a couple of positions up for grabs for those that realise it early and are able to factor that into their course now, whereas everybody else is essentially rowing 2 sides of a triangle when they could just do one straight line.
Course corrections now look like they're being made by the race leader, Lars Vikert, out in front. Will the others follow suit? We can see in the mid-fleet here, Lionel Picard still pointing off towards turning point 5 instead of moving towards turning point 3. I wonder if this is a tactic to compensate for any moving currents here.
Yeah, quite possibly. There's a lot less current here, and it's really hard to tell because it's going to change the closer into shore we get. But we certainly saw previously people ending up way too far to the right of this mark, and I think maybe they've chosen the wrong mark, and then that error has got compounded by that current, pushing them down further back towards Lisbon, further up the river. But they've all seemed to have made that correction now. To them, it may not have felt like a big correction because once you're on the water, it's really hard to judge how far off that line. But I think they've probably ended up tens, if not 20, 30 metres off what would have been their run line between those two. And that's a lot more rowing to have to do if you don't have to.
Yeah, so we cut the commentators off for a little while until they reached the next position. But what a dramatic development in this race with some of the leading rowers obviously a little bit off course here, and they talked a lot about extra meters. Wow, this is going to be burning muscles all over for these top athletes there, rowing maybe 100 meters more than they would have intended to. So great race out there. Last week at the World Rowing Coastal silver medalist from last year, multiple world champion in Olympic and non-Olympic flat water boat classes. So a lot of action out there on the water, and I think we'll get a signal pretty soon.
Yep. Yeah, that's really annoying that you're rowing to the wrong direction and then you realize that you need correct under the 120 meters to put on the right place. A todos aqueles que estão aqui na praia, estamos a assistir então a este hito número 2 do skiff masculino. Grandes remadores lá na água. Estávamos a falar há pouco que tiveram que corrigir a sua posição relativamente às boias porque não estava fácil o alinhamento, e estes remadores da frente, quando vamos aqui, quase que vamos tentar ir a seguir ou a tentar olhar sobre o ombro para ver onde é que vai o remador seguinte, em vez de eventualmente olharmos aqui à boia. Para já são 4 km em termos de distância. Relembro que as grandes finais vão ser 6 km, portanto vamos adicionar mais 2 a este percurso aqui na Praia da Torre. Já vamos ter finais logo à tarde, por volta das 4 da tarde, com o quadri feminino e também os masculinos em doubles e os femininos. É a final B, a primeira, para amanhã termos as grandes finais daquele que será o último dia neste Campeonato do Mundo de Remo de Mar. Temos aqui já imagens da linha da frente. Temos Itália há pouco bem representada. A todos os que estão aqui na praia, vamos para preparar e aplaudir e dar força a quem está a chegar.
Yeah, so we have Lars Vikert from Germany at the turning point. And let's hear it from our commentators again. Hopefully we got the connection right this time.
Thanks, Sebastian. Lars Vikert still leading ahead of Guus Mollet of the Netherlands, just rounding turning point 4. He's still got 2 to 3 lengths lead up on the Spaniard, Ramon Gomez Cotilla from Mediterráneo de Málaga. It's been a great race from these leading 3. It'll be interesting to see how it pans out for those battling it out for 4th, 5th and 6th. Just the first 6 to go through to that A final, and it's looking like quite tight competition in the middle of the field. Ganisanskis just dropping back into 7th place. That could spell disaster for him. We know that he's got a 1-minute penalty to take on the beach, so I think it's going to be too much for him to be able to get into contention for an A final place.
See the leaders here rowing into the lee of the fort out of the wind that they'll have been battling all the way up on that third leg. Short patch of downwind work after that fourth mark, but you can see on the water there's a thick line where the wind stops essentially as the fort provides all the shelter for everything behind it. So they're all into the calmer water now. Still a little confused just with all the sea bouncing around off everything we've got through here, but certainly out of the wind and they can just focus on dealing with the conditions ahead of them really.
Coming up towards turning point 6 then, Lars Wickert for Germany. He has an ocean of clear water now. Back to Gusmole of the Netherlands, still holding on to second place. The Spaniard trying to move through now. Gomez Cotilla drawing up and nearly making contact with the Netherlands coming up towards TP6. It's Italy in fourth place. Great race from the young man Riccardo Delfino of the Santa Stefano al Mare. Solid fourth place for him. I can't see that position changing because we've then got a good and clear margin back to, I believe, the Algerian just coming into turning point 5. A great race here from Sid Ali Boudina of Algeria. So that's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Battles on for 6th place. Zigomantis Galasanskis will think that he's in with a chance here, but he would need to take 6th place by over a minute. He'll be surprised when he gets onto the beach. He's putting in quite a concerted push here. Most of these leading 5 boats were at 26, 27, 28 strokes a minute. But there's a really solid effort coming in from Galasanskis. He's up to 34, 35 strokes a minute, trying to hold out ahead of the British athlete, William Loftus.
Just shows how much there is to concentrate on when you're in these positions. You know, so tightly packed like this, to try and be concentrating on rowing your own boat, but then also managing the position of everyone else around you, making sure you don't get your blades tangled. You know, the risk of collision is very real around these marks when they're this closely packed. And then also looking ahead enough. You're trying to think about 4 or 5 different things at once, just at a minimum. That's a real challenge to keep on top of for such a distance.
Passing TP6 then, Galasanskis in 6th place. He's got a length and a half up on the British athlete William Loftus, who's got 2.5 lengths on Lionel Picard for France. Loftus won't know though yet that he is actually riding in real 6th place because of the fact Zigomantis Galasanskis got this 1-minute penalty coming up. The question is, will Lionel Picard try and make a bid for a 6th place finish, or will he stay in that danger seat of 7th place? Because the progression system is the first 6 go through to the A final, and the 2 fastest 7th place finishers from the 3 heats. So 2 out of 3 7th place finishers will also go through. 8th place though, running TP6, we've got Tunisia's Mohamed Mansouri ahead of, from the Club de Remo Algeciras, we've got Daniel Salvador Garcia ahead of France 2, where we've got Fabien Guernard from Cherbourg.
I think this is the first race I've only seen one person clip a blade on a turning point, which goes to show how much more manageable it's been without too much water moving here. And I think this is probably as good as it will get, this in the next race, and throughout the rest of the day it's just going to get more and more exciting, and I think we're going to see a lot more action around the marks when that happens later into this afternoon.
We'll see what happens. Now, Sebastian, I'm sure the lead is on the beach.
Yeah, nearly there. Lars Wickert, the German World Rowing Coastal silver medalist of 2019, is having a very good row. Just won the Hamburg Ironman triathlon, actually qualifying for the Hawaii race next year by doing that. So he's a great endurance athlete as well. Lars Wickert from Alemannia Hamburg coming onto the shore now. A few looks there and gauging the last wave. There's not much of a wave though at the beach here. So exiting clean and professionally from this boat, running at an easy pace towards the finish line. Even jumping across the finish line. Lars Wickert of Germany taking the win in heat number 2 of the men's solo. Second one coming in, it's Guus Molle of the Netherlands. So he has held this position all through this race from the Royal Federation. Gomez of Spain coming in third.
Yeah, the row from Mediterráneo de Málaga, Ramón Cotilla.
So Spain, Germany, Netherlands 2, Spain 2. That's the 3 leading, and as Peter and James have explained, the first 6 will qualify for the medal final, which is going to be tomorrow afternoon at 3:45. Here we are, Italy 2 coming in. Great row for
Santo Stefano al mare, Riccardo Delfino.
Obrigado. Here comes another runner to the beach. Oh, yeah.
It's Algeria.
Algeria, yes. Sidali Bodina for Algeria, thank you. And I think there's the Lithuanian in the penalty box now.
And Loftus from Great Britain, it's also arriving here. The 6th position, I think.
So making his way through to the A final, indeed, Exmouth Rowing Club, William Loftus. Yeah, then we have a...
And Monsieur Picard is already arrived.
Yeah, Saint-Jean-de-Luz from south of France in 7th place.
Yeah, Lionel Picard, it's one of the oldest guy that we have here, and he's strong, huh? Very good, very good.
So then we have Tunisia in 8th place, coming in 8th. And Spain 7, taking 9th. So Tunisia was Mohamed Khalil Manzouri. And Spain 7 was Club de Remo Algeciras, Daniel Salvador Garcia.
Yeah, your Spanish is good, huh? Algeciras.
I'll work on it, I'll work on it.
The south of Spain, they have a good sea over there. It's where the Mediterranean hits the Atlantic.
Yeah, actually quite close to Gibraltar, so we have probably these athletes. We have athletes from Gibraltar here compete on the same waters. Not compete, but train. Portugal coming in, come on.
Aí está então, do Portugal. Aqui há penalty box. Teve aqui uma penalização na saída.
Yeah, so Japan 2, Lithuania and Portugal 3 and 8 have to do their penalty time.
Aqui Portugal, o arrumador na box de penais do Marcelo Simões do Setubalense.
And of course they are not delighted about that when they've competed so hard and raced so hard and see athletes running past them. But that's how it is. You have to gauge your start right. That's in the rules.
The moment when the Switzerland arrived is Benjamin Tolan from C Club Steifa.
So 12 athletes in, some more coming towards the finish line. I can see our Japanese competitors from Toyota Rowing Club, Sakaguchi Satoshi. But he will be going to the penalty box as well. Yeah, here comes our Kiwi competitor, New Zealand's from Taronga Rowing Club, Martin Wouters, crossing the line here. Happy to have done this heat in the men's solo, 14th place. Very exhausted, still have to be doing time in the penalty box. That is Sakaguchi Satoshi for Japan. So I can see 3 more boats on the water. And while we are still watching the men's solo competitors coming in with a great run here for Ireland, it must have been Cormac Kelly for Arklow Rowing Club, doing a great final sprint here in 15th position in this heat number 2 of the men's solo. While we are watching the last athletes to coming in, it's the 4s already warmed up and lined up for the next race. That's the heat 1 of the men's quadruple sculls, coming up at 11:30. So, or should have come up at 11:30. Probably it's going to be a few minutes later. Yeah, so if you look at on your screen, if you're tuning in on worldrowing.com or here on the beach, on the far side you could see the fours already preparing for their start. So the first start of the men's quadruple scull, the coastal with Coxed is just 3 minutes away. We have Egypt, the Egyptian Rowing Federation, in the race.
And Spain number 2, Regatas de Alicante.
Then we have France 2 from Saint-Malo.
And France 4 from Lyon-Collier.
Great Britain 2 is in the race, Bexhill Rowing Club.
And Great Britain 4, Fishguard Godwit Jemima Rowing Club.
Great Britain 6, so a big, strong showing here from GB, Jersey Rowing Club.
And for Great Britain 8, Welt Iron Club.
Yeah, so then from Germany 1, Münchener Ruder Club.
And German 3, Rudenclub Flemburg.
Very good. Then from Greece, Omilos Philanthalasis Rowing Club, Greece 2, that is.
Yep, Ireland 1, it's Wicklow Rowing Club.
And then Ireland 4 from St. Patrick's and Candu.
Italia 1, Rowing Club de Genovese.
Italia 4, that's from Speranza.
De Portugal temos o Fluvial Portuense com Portugal 1, Portugal 4 é o Nova Rowing Club, com Portugal 6 é o Vila Condense.
Yeah, so 3 Portuguese boats in the race. Portugal 1, 4 and 6. Then we have Switzerland, Seeclub Stefa.
And from the United States of America, Great Miami Rowing Center closing the 20 boats.
Fantastic to watch out there. We have the start list on the screen. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's the start list. Sorry for that.
Yep. Ora, temos então quase 3 minutos para darmos início, 2 minutos para darmos início à partida deste quadri masculino no timoneiro. Navegação bem dura para estas grandes embarcações. 2 minutos para a partida.
So still, no, it's only 1 ball up on the mast, indicating it's less than 1 minute to the start. Great picture here across from the fortress. And you have to be careful watching your bow, not to cross the finish line too early. So all these teams try to gauge that correctly. So clean start, and Peter and James, it's all yours.
A great start for the Egyptian Rowing Federation, their national squad there. Italy 4 had the cleanest line though, really trying to push up into the lead. Italy 4 from Speranza. nobody alongside them, so they could be in with a really clean race here. But this middle of the pack, there's nothing separating the Great Britain boat, Great Britain 8, that's the Tyrian Club, combination of nearly all Olympians there, looking to set their bid in for an A final here. First 10 to go through.
I'd say that was the most exciting start we've seen so far today. So much less space to work with on the line with these quads, and so much harder to keep a position. We had a bit of breeze come in just before the start. These bigger boats catch so much more windage, especially when they're stood still like that. So there was a lot more manoeuvring, a lot more jostling for room. And what we saw, that the outcome of that was a lot of clashes just at the start, where the people just didn't have the space, and at the last minute have been blown down out of what was their own clear water.
Well, here we go. Great Britain, Tyrian Club now starting to really find their boat speed. They're getting contact with the leaders, Egypt. Italy 4 also with the clean run here. Speranza have great boat speed. They're pulling up in front of Egypt as well. So Egypt had the best start, but the boat speed from the others now starting to pull them up alongside. France 2 very much in this race at the moment. That's the San Malo Club looking to try and contest for the lead. Great Britain looking like they're going to be in a bit of a pinch here because they're sandwiched between the France boat and over on the side the Portuguese entry here, where we can see it's the Fluvial Portense trying to contest for the front as well. So it's going to all come into a very tight pinch around turning point 1. Italy now pushing out to half a length ahead of Egypt.
Tricky time of day for this race on the first leg. Actually, we've got nearly midday, so the sun's almost at its most southerly point. So for this leg going almost due south, they've got the sun right in their eyes. It'll be much harder for probably some of the other classes, but the advantage of having the Coxed here so they can keep the navigation good means that the rowers can focus on what they're doing, and they won't be trying to pick out this mark against what's quite an intense reflection on the water.
A lot of trust in the coxswains there to make sure they get that navigation, position, steering, everything absolutely right. But it's the Italians who are going to make the turning point first. They're pulling out to a length up on Egypt now. All about a clean turn here. It's going to be so tough for this tightly packed group in the middle here to get around cleanly. Once you get tangled up, it can be race over. Italy make the turn first, a length up on Egypt. They're both round cleanly. Great Britain being pushed wide as the USA boats here from the Great Miami Rowing Centre make the corner. They're slightly tangling up with Great Britain. Are they going to be able to diverge? No, they're totally tangled. It's a boat stopper as we see Great Britain and the USA now pivoting the wrong way. France get in the mix and blades crashing all over the place. Sees Great Britain turn off angle. They've been pushed into by Ireland now. Ireland 4. It's really tough to get out of a mix like this. Great Britain just trying to get their boat back up to speed. We see though Portugal move round along with the USA, Spain 2, Germany, Ireland 4. It's a great rounding for them despite going right through the middle of that carnage. We see St Patrick's and Candu make a great rounding of that boy. Now that was some tricky boat manoeuvring there. We expected that though.
Oh, I think so. They were so close together coming in that it was inevitable, I think, that some people got tangled up. But essentially a couple of boats stopped and everyone else just rode straight into the back of them.
And it's still going on at the back of the pack. Switzerland getting tangled with Greece 2. It's just so difficult. Once you get your blades intermingled with another boat, that's seen the Omilos Filon Dionysus get completely stopped in their tracks. They're at the back of the field here now. But it's a big entry, 20 boats entered in this race, in this heat, only 10 to go through. So we'll have to watch that dividing line between positions 10 and 11.
And to make it even more complicated, guys, out on the water, we have a few penalties again. Egypt has received a penalty as well as France 2 and Italy 4. So Speranza and France 2, that is Saint Malo, they all have been awarded a 60 seconds penalty.
Thanks, Sebastian. So that's Egypt, San Malo and Speranza. They're going to have to be early, or certainly at the front of the first 10 to come through if they want to be able to remain in that front 10 when their runner has to go into the penalty box. It'll be the bowman who we see leap out. Now, I'm most impressed here with the Jersey Rowing Club. They had a bit of a sticky start, getting tangled up with Germany in the first 10 meters or so, but they're having a great race here. Vicky Carr in the coxswain seat, keeping them well out of the mix, and we'll see their bowman, who is conveniently named Andrew Bowman. He'll be the one leaping out to make the run up the beach, but Vicky Carr steering them a very clean line well out of the entanglement that we see still contesting everything behind places 1 and 2, which are still held by, at the front of the field, the Egyptian boat, who had that great first rounding, and the Italian boat from Speranza, both of these two with penalties.
One of the interesting outcomes of the confusion at that mark rounding and some of the collisions was a few boats have ended up going much wider than I think they would have intended to, and started to come all the way to the right. That at the time might have seemed like a big deal, but actually it could well be an advantage now we're into the windier conditions, and the wind has really picked up out here. It'd be really hard to appreciate that from the relative shelter of the beach, but it's got quite breezy, and the entire surface of the ocean's come alive really, and jumping right up into the boats. I think everyone's getting quite wet out there by the looks of it.
Yeah, Fluvial Portunese, Portugal now making their presence felt at the front of the field. They're in 3rd place. Italy 1, trying to go with them. That's the rowing club Genovese, and it'll be tricky for them to maintain that pace, but there's a number of internationals from the Italian squad in that boat, so they won't be short on power. Just behind them then we've got France 4, trying to make sure that they hold on to a good position. That's the Lyon Calulier club. They're at high risk of getting tangled up with the Italian boat though. It's then Great Britain 8 in 6th position, right alongside, so that Great Britain 8 is the Tyrian club combination of Olympians from the GB squad. They're right alongside France 2, the San Malo boat, who we know has a penalty to deal with when it comes to the finish. USA now starting to move up. Here comes the Great Miami Rowing Center, combination of Bennett Russell in the Coxed seat with Corey Rogers, Mark Aubrey Alonso, Chris Back, Benjamin Booth. It's a strong boat, and they're pulling up and starting to move forward with Great Britain. So Tyrian Club, it's a superb lineup from Great Britain here. Emily Craig in the Coxswain seat, supported by, we've got James Fox in the stroke seat, then Matt Rossiter, Jack Beaumont and Richard Clark now finding themselves some clear water and pulling to a length up on the USA.
It's great to see actually how the heavier and longer boats are handling these conditions today much better than yesterday. I think it was the quads that were at a bit of a disadvantage because of the way the swell was, but now there's not so much of a big rolling swell, it's just all a little confused and choppy, but with no length to anything, they're managing to ride straight over everything and sit on top of 2-3 crests of waves at once, which means no one's getting slowed up at all. Obviously a little tricky on the technique just because with the rough water, but it's not slowing anyone up whatsoever, and I think they're all really excelling in these conditions as the bigger, heavier boats.
At the front though, Egypt right alongside Speranza for Italy. Speranza at 30 strokes a minute. Then next behind them we've got Portugal. They're at 34 strokes a minute, so really putting the work in, sandwiched in between Italy 1, which is the rowing club Genovese, and France 4, where we find Lyon Calulier. It's then Great Britain. They're going at 27 strokes a minute, just really looking to put the power in on every stroke, and it's paying off because they're continuing to pull up ahead of the USA. Approaching turning point 2 now though, Egypt leading, Speranza second for Italy, then Portugal. We've then got the rowing club Genovese Italian boat, and France for Lyon Calulier. 6th place then Great Britain's Tyrian club. We've then got the Great Miami Rowing Center next ahead of Spain 2. So a great race from Spain 2. Regatas de Alicante ahead of San Malo, who we know have a penalty to contest or deal with when they get in to the bank. Ireland 4 then, St Patrick and Cairndhu coming through next. Let's see how they make the rounding. What a crashing we can anticipate because the boat's still so tightly packed. Most of the boats through cleanly. A tangle with the USA. Spain tried to squeeze through on the inside. They just about do so. It's carnage again at turning point.
Yeah, so the windier conditions also affecting our great team of commentators out there on the water, so we pick it up from here again. What a great race it has been so far. The Egyptians in the leading pack, but let's remember they will spend some time in the penalty box, and so let's see how this pans out on the second half of this race. So, Ignacio, what do you think of this race so far? It's been great.
Yeah, this is really the what I was expecting to see. All these boats rowing together through the sea and making this coin without eating, almost eating themselves. But very good to see all of these, as Peter said, all of these sandwiches they are into and trying to get the best place. And for the ones here at the beach looking for our big screen, you know that when the guys arrive here at the beach, they will be running through the sand to finish our arc. So that will be good for our cheering up. It's the moment for we can cheer up for them to give them this the final strength for them to hit our final arch and get a good position. So I'm counting on you guys on the beach to cheer up for our rowers that will be finishing a little bit. So we need to wait a little bit until we have again communication with our block of commentators that are on the beach. Imagine these two guys are still commentating the event and they are on the water. Yeah, you can cheer up for the screen.
Yeah, let's have a big shout from the crowd here. Come on, show yourselves. All the supporters at home will see you here.
Yeah, I see a big block of Brits around. So we have some of the boats on the front.
Let's have the Italians. Are there any Italians here in front of the big screen here? Do we have Italia?
Italia? No, Italia.
Maybe some Spanish? Where is...
there they are.
There we are.
I see a U.S. flag, and we have a boat very close to the first 5 boats arrive. So we have and that's a very good flag, sir, that you have here. It's not a simple printout. It's a very good one. But for sure,
we have a team from Egypt in the race. Are there any Egyptians here with us?
Yeah, I see the Egyptians down there. They're sitting there watching the event. They are closing because Egypt is in front of the competition right now, even if they have a penalty. So they need to row fast. But anyway, go Egypt. They were very fast on the beginning. They were very strong guys up there.
James,
so they deserve to do something. So let's wait to see if Peter and... can join us again in our commentator. Temos uma embarcação portuguesa também não muito longe da linha da frente, por isso a Portugal vamos nos preparar para dar essa força. Afinal de contas, estamos em Portugal, queremos ouvir essa força final para os nossos remadores poderem chegar aqui a brilhar neste que é a 13ª edição destes Campeonatos do Mundo.
Yeah, let's try and catch up with our commentary team on the water. Peter and James, how is it looking?
Not much changing at the front of the field, Sebastian. They're round turning point 3. The leaders now making their way to TP4. Egypt still out in front, leading ahead of Speranza of Italy. No more carnage at turning point 3, thankfully. But James, what did you make of their position and trajectory as they're heading from TP2 to 3?
It looked really spot on, really, and I think that shows the advantage of having the coxswain there to be providing that navigational input and consistent navigational input. It's not the occasional glance over their shoulder, it's consistent looking where they're going and managing the boat. They'll be able to pick up all those changes as they're happening rather than reacting to when the boat's been pushed off course, and you just see that there were no big corrections there whatsoever. Everybody was homed in on that next mark, and I couldn't see anybody going off whatsoever. No extra meters being rowed here today.
Now it looks like Speranza making a push for the lead, a bid for the leadership race of this race in this heat for the coastal men's quads, trying to move around the outside of Egypt. That's the rules here. If you're out in front, you're allowed to maintain your course, and the overtaking crew is the one who has to go out of their way to make the overtake. So Speranza trying to move through Egypt here, coming up towards turning point 5. The other positions look to be making a clean rounding of TP4. Question's going to be at that dividing line between positions 10 and 11. We've said it before, just the first 10 go through to the A final.
Not anywhere near as much carnage at turning point 4 as we saw at the second mark, especially. You know, there were a lot of collisions at that second mark again, but everybody spaced out that little bit more to stop it all crunching up at these ones.
Okay, passing turning point 6, Egypt have maintained the lead, so Italy, that's the Speranza boat. Both of these two leading boats have a 1-minute penalty. The push from Italy didn't quite manage to move in front of Egypt. They'd have had to go around the outside of that bend, so it would have been tough for them to do so. Coming in next then, we've got from the French squad, Leon Caluire, They are perhaps 4 lengths behind Italy. They don't know it yet, but unless anything changes, they'll win this heat and will be the first boat progressing through to the A final. Italy 1 coming through next. This is the rowing club Genovese holding on to 2nd place. They're up ahead of Portugal 1. This is the Fluvial Portuense crew, and then it's the Tyrian club from Great Britain ahead of the Great Miami Rowing Center for the USA. So this is going to be a tough one to pick who's going to manage to nip in and take the last few places through into that A final.
I just really enjoy seeing how spaced out they all get by the second half of this race, and all the advantages that some boats have at the early points in the trickier conditions then get evened out by the power and endurance further on. And what starts off as very, very bunched turning points at 1 and 2, suddenly we've got boat lengths between most of the boats, and they've all leveled out their relevant advantages.
Regattas de Alicante in 8th place, 9th. Then here comes Sao Malo, another boat with a penalty there. We then got Germany in 10th place. This is the Mujnaruda club, just ahead of Ireland 4. Ireland 4 from St Patrick's and Cairndhu, and then Great Britain 2 coming through next. So it's all going to come down to these penalties. Great Britain 2 are from the Bexhill Rowing Club UK, and then from Jersey, the Jersey Rowing Club coming in a couple of lengths behind them. But the leaders not far from coming in to the shore. Still Egypt ahead of Speranza into the last 100 or so meters towards the beach. And this is going to be the critical thing, because we've run through the crews down to 11th place. So will any of these, will those leading boats, the Egypt and Speranza boats, be able to hold a minute ahead of any 11th place finishers?
So guys, now it's got to get very, very busy here on the beach. Please help together get the quads out of the water very quickly, otherwise we have some problems here. First to come in is Egypt, still just a length and a half separating Egypt from the Italian team from Speranza. And then we have in 3rd position the French crew mentioned before. So let's see what's panning out here. The runners getting themselves ready here, the Egyptian bowman. So here we come, going to the, that's Mohammed Ali, going to the penalty box, 60 seconds for Egypt. So this is going to be interesting. Guys, everyone help together getting the boats out of the way, please. Thank you. What a great sight here. All the Coxed quadruple sculls still relatively close together. And again, we look for the dividing mark at the 10th place here. The first 10 will go through. France 4 taking the win here. Lyon Callure taking the win, followed by Italy 1. So Italy 1, that's the rowing club Genovese. Portugal 1 in 3rd place.
Ora, temos a chegada já da equipa de Calum, o Fluvial Portuense, para a 3ª posição.
So it seems Great Britain 8 came in 4th, and USA was in 5th, and Egypt now, after having done the penalty box, in 6th position. Italy 4, also penalty box, now in 7th place, so still qualified for the A final. And then Spain 2 is in 8th position. Spain 2, Real Club Regattas de Alicante. Germany 1 in 9th position, also qualifying. Germany 1. That's Münchner Ruder Club from Munich, from the Starnberger See. And then taking the last qualifying slot was Ireland 4. So Ireland 4 from St. Patrick's and Cairndhu, followed by Great Britain 2, which is the boat from Bexhill Rowing Club. Great Britain 6 coming in rank number 12. So that's the boat from Jersey Rowing Club. Jersey, the beautiful island just off the coast of France. Speaking of France, it was France 2 coming in 13th place. So that is Saint-Malo. Actually also not far away from Jersey, so they might be rowing in similar waters there, the two teams. And here comes Great Britain 4. Great Britain 4 being Fishguard and Godwick Jemima Rowing Club. And it was one of the Owen brothers, I believe, in the middle of the boat who did the run here. Germany 3 and Switzerland also now safely on places 15 and 16.
E aí vem a embarcação de Portugal, a embarcação Portugal 4, é do Nova Rowing Club, aqui mesmo ao lado. Pedro Vicente, Nuno Anta, Gonçalo Pereira e Maria Inês Vicente, também o Vítor Fernandes. Parabéns aqui ao Nova Rowing Club, de salientar a terceira posição do Fluvial Portuense, com o Nuno Coelho, o Nuno Mendes, o Cláudio Barbosa, o António Rodrigues e o Paulo Fidalgo.
So Portugal 4 coming in 17th place. We have 2 more crews here within our line of sight.
Greece. The boat from Greece is arriving here on this great event. So let's do a big round of applause for the Greek team arriving here at the beach. Thank you for being here. And we will be ready for the call for the next. Will be double scull mix. In the
Go. So here we are with the lineup for the last race of the morning. Round 2, heat 2 of the mixed double sculls. And we have Belgium, Caitlin Govert and Calvin Govert.
And from Spain 1, Mediterráneo de Málaga, Nato y Sevilla, Jaime Pazos y Natalia Gómez. Del Mediterráneo de Málaga, Miguel García y María Mancha. En España 4, Spain 7, España 7, Real Club Marín Barcelona con Juan Busque e Elizabeth Disniewicz.
Then we have France 2 from Saint-Malo, Clément Thomas and Juliette Gourdin.
And France 6, Saint-Malo, SNB, Patricia Gopil y Patrick Gopil.
France 9, Marseille, Maxence Dupuis, Rémi Rabal.
And Great Britain 3, Tarrant Club, Emily Ford and Oliver Staffens.
Germany 2 from Alemania, Johannes Welch, Svenja Michaelis.
And from Hungary, from Tsiva Evanos, Adrian Hood and Steven Avid.
Ireland 3 from Donegal Bay Rowing Club, Luke Keeney, Rosie Temple.
Ireland 6, Mudcross, Fim O'Sullivan and Kayombi O'Sullivan.
Italy 3, Santo Stefano Almare with Andrea Vincenzi, Marta Ardissone.
E o Vila Condense na embarcação Portugal 2 com Janine Ramos e Pedro Ramos.
And then we have Portugal 2. Oh, sorry.
I've seen Portugal
and
too.
Ukraine,
That's Concord.
Ukraine 2 from Concord, Yuri Ivanov, Diana Dimchenko.
Here we are with the start, so they will be lined up. So over to you, Peter.
Step, Igor Khmara and Stanislav. A great performance from Ukraine. It's a boat stopper here though between Spain's Real Club Maritime de Barcelona and France 6. They've completely entangled on each other, so they're going to have to separate themselves somehow.
Let me tell you first that Ireland 6 just received a 60 seconds penalty for a false start. So Macross Rowing Club, 60 seconds.
You'll have to run that by us again, Sebastian. But out in front, Ukraine really having a great start here. Not far astern from them, Great Britain 3. So Great Britain 3 trying to get their boat speed as they need it.
Really unfortunate to see that entanglement back there and how much time has been lost between the back two boats now and the rest of the fleet. I think it shows that not all is won on the start line, but certainly all can be lost depending how it goes. Everybody else having a nice bit of space and all rowing their own race out here. Quite a spread of boats from right to left. I think everybody knows where they're going though. Again, with the sun low behind this mark, it's going to be much harder for these doubles to pick out with just these quick glances over their shoulders. But everybody, we've got a couple of boats up ahead that's easy for the rest of them to follow. The other two boats, the French and the Spanish, now fully unentangled and able to keep rowing. They'll be trying hard to claw back any of those lost meters now. Looks like the Spain 4 team are starting to make a bit of an advance on the Ukrainians and come up on the outside of them, slightly without much tide running now, so actually there isn't too much of an advantage being down on the left, so they're just going to be seeing if they can close that gap from side to side as they come down onto the mark.
Diana Dimchenko, Yuri Ivanov from Concord, Ukraine, trying to push up to pull alongside Mediterranean de Malaga, where we've got Miguel Ruiz Garcia and Maria Montel Mancha from Spain. A great start from them. Great Britain 3 then, currently in 4th place, trying to make their presence felt. This is the Tyrian Club combination of Emily Ford and Oliver Stevens. Field very nice and spread out at the front here, so we'll keep our fingers crossed that there isn't too many disastrous clashes that could cause turmoil for us. It's the same progression system as with some of the previous racing. First 6 to go through to the A final and the fastest 2 7th place finishers from the 3 heats. So we'll be keeping our eyes peeled on positions 6, 7 and 8 to see just who's going to be going through. 5th place at the moment, Italy 3. That's the Santo Stefano Almare combination of Andrea Vincenzi and Marta Ardissone, looking to solidify 5th place. We're coming to the turning point now.
Lots of nice wide turns there. Nobody wanting to come in too tight, stop the boat to pivot it to start rowing again. Everybody, well, most of the leaders at least, choosing a nice wide sweeping turn, able to keep the speed up as they make that.
So they're around the bend and it's Ukraine first. Then we've got Mediterraneo de Malaga coming around second. We've then got the next Spanish boat, Bound Amber, coming off, but by my eye, it's the Maritime de Barcelona by the suit that they're wearing. It's then the Italian combination here from Santo Stefano al Mare getting tangled up with the Tyrian Club from Great Britain. France too getting tangled up with Portugal. We'll see how they get their boat speed back up and then the positions that they'll fall into as a result. Santo Stefano al Mare solidifying 4th place ahead of France 2. That's the San Malo boat. And then it's Portugal, then Great Britain. This combination from Portugal, from Villacondense, where we've got Yannick Aquilo Ramos and Pedro Ramos.
Interesting to see that as we got out to that first turning point, the sea conditions really got a lot more choppy, and it was just at that critical moment that they all lost the control that they needed. Saw a few little clashes there, but nothing as spectacular as the last race. No big stoppages at least.
Great Britain's Tyrian Club currently in 7th place, trying to move up past the Villacondense boat from Portugal to steal 6th. And as they do that, they find their speed and they're moving up past Italy as well. So this boat from Santo Stefano al Mare dropping back into 7th. Ireland 3 not out of this race yet. They're really having a great second leg here from Donegal Bay. We've got Luke Keeney, Rosie Temple trying to pull up, but they've got competition. We can see the France 9 boat where we've got the Marseille Rowing Club, Maxence Dupuis and Remy Rabal. Maxence Dupuis racing in the beach sprints last weekend, now combined with Remy Rabal, trying to stay ahead of, from Hungary, the Tisa Evasos boat where we've got Adrian Juhas and Siam Abid. They've moved up past France 9, that Maxence Dupuis and Remy Rabal combination. Ireland then next, Luke Keeney and Rosie Temple trying to hold up ahead of Belgium where we've got Caitlin Gobert and Calvin Gobert.
Quite a wide spread left to right here. We've got some teams all the way out on the upwind side of the course and all the way down, almost 100 meters I'd say, across from left to right, which is quite a distance, particularly if they've got it wrong. The distance to row back up that 100 meters back to what was the direct line is going to be unfortunate if anyone has to do that, although it's really hard for them to tell on the water how far off that line they are. It's got quite windy out here. There's a lot of spray, a lot of chop, and certainly these boats are finding it a little tougher going through it than the heavier, longer quads. They're getting caught up between some of the crests of the wave, and it's definitely affecting people's strokes a lot more than it was before.
Out in front though, it's Spain 4, Mediterraneo de Malaga. Miguel Ruiz Garcia Maria Montel Mancha still leading at the front of the pack. And alongside them, we've got the Maritime de Barcelona, I believe, currently in 2nd. France 2 are in 4th on the inside of this course. I think they're looking to try and go around. That's the Samalo combination of Clément Thomas and Juliette Hodin. Next, then, we find this battle still raging for 5th place between Portugal's Villacondense and the Tyrian Club from Great Britain. There's nothing separating them. But as I say that, Tyrian Club start to move through to take 5th place from Villacondense. That puts Villacondense into 6th. 7th place then is the Hungarian boat where we find the Tisa Evisos Egemiu. They are a fast boat though. They might be moving through Villacondense as we come up halfway now between turning points 1 and 2.
And it's this halfway point where the conditions start to pick up and get a little more choppy. Again, into the shallower water, this wind having really settled in now compared to what it was even an hour or two ago, making it a lot choppier. And I think that's only going to get worse through this afternoon. So the second half of this leg is going to turn into the exciting one to watch, I think, as the day progresses. And we can see that with a big spread, but lots of one-on-one battles within it as well, which make it really interesting.
Well, the Barcelona boat moves out into the lead, rowing through the Mediterraneo de Malaga to take the front of the field. Jaime Canalejo Pasos and Natalia Miguel Gomez, in fact, from Malaga Nautico Sevilla. That's going to be my call on the leaders there. No numbers on their boat, so tough to choose, but we do know Jaime Canalejo Pasos and Natalia Miguel Gomez from the Spanish international squad, so that's why we're seeing such form at the front of the field here. Ukraine's Concorde combination with the world champion from the last 3 years or so, Diana Dimchenko in the stroke seat, joined by Yuri Ivanov. No strangers to coastal rowing. They've done it so many times before and performed so well and getting themselves to the top of the podium. So Concorde trying to move up through the Malaga Nautico Sevilla boat to take the lead. And that means we start to see Mediterráneo de Malaga dropping back into 3rd place and opening the door perhaps for the Saint-Malo combination of Thomas and Rodin, France 2, and possibly move up into 3rd place.
Give a sense of how windy it's got out here. The inflatable turning point marks a good couple of meters tall, and earlier in the morning they were stood right upright, so it was much easier to spot them, but the wind's now blowing them to 45-degree angle, which means you've only actually got a meter above the water to the top of these things, so they're going to get harder and harder to spot as the day goes on, which means again the second half's just going to continue to get more and more interesting, I think, for every race.
So let's run through the running orders now. Ukraine now out in front only by canvas, up on Malaga Nautico Sevilla in 2nd place. 3rd place then Mediterráneo de Malaga. 4th place we've got Saint-Malo, France 2. Ahead of 5th place Hungary, solidifying that position. Adrian Juhas, Siam Abid. A length and a half up on the Tyrian clubs, Emily Ford and Ollie Stevens. So that's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th place. The danger zone is still Villa Condense. They're a length and a half down on Great Britain. The Tyrian club, who are holding on to 6th place at the moment. Now we're coming to the turning point here. It looks like it's going to be a clean rounding for the race leaders. Malaga Nautico Sevilla ahead of Ukraine's Concorde. 3rd to round the buoy will be Mediterráneo de Malaga. It's clean at the moment. 5th place is going to be France going round the corner. And then Hungary for 5th place. We've then got Tyrian clubs, Ollie Stevens and Emily Ford going round in 6th, 2 lengths up on Villa Condense of Portugal. 6th place then we have Italy's Santo Stefano al Mare. That's the leading 8 boat at this point. 9th is Belgium, where we've got the siblings. It's going to be a tight one. Ireland look like they might just make it to the correct side of the buoy. Luke Keeney rowing. They have done so. They're starting to make the spin now to get around turning point 2. They've done it ahead of Germany, where we find Germany's Ruder Club Almania, Welch and Michaelis. Boats down in pretty clean order.
Yeah, tricky conditions also for our commentators, as we said before. So we wait a little bit until they get in a little bit better of a position. Hungary here on the screen for you. Beautiful sculling from the 2 scullers from Hungary, trying to maintain boat speed and maybe come past the nearest boat here from...
I think it's France.
Yeah, must be France.
France too.
So these 2 boats are really close together. Generally, this race has been relatively close together from... Oh, there's a slip of blade there, but well caught from the Hungarian lady on the stroke seat. So excellently done here. So University of London Tyrian Boat Club making their way to the next turning point. That's Emily Ford and Oliver Stevens, very experienced athletes on flat water rowing, also making the transition here to coastal rowing. So here we have Portugal 2 on our screen. Portugal 2 was in the leading mix. As you remember, the first 6 will go through to the A final. Places 7 to 13 will race the B final, except if you're one of the fastest 2 7th placed crews out of the 3 heats that we have. There's another one coming up this afternoon. So the the Coastal Mixed Double Scull heat number 3 will be at 3 p.m. this afternoon. So let's try and catch up with our very fast reporters on the boat, with James and Peter.
Thanks, Sebastian. Well, no change at the front of the field here. Malaga Nautica Sevilla still out in front, just approaching turning point 3. So we're going to see how they make their way around there. The field's so spread out now, we're going to hope that there's no more clashes as they start to make their way inland. This is essentially 3K into this 4K course. So now comes the slightly more challenging navigation, because there's more buoys to get the correct side of as they come into this last 1,000 meters, kinking their way around the Fort de São Julio de Barra here in Oeiras. But the fact that the field is so spread out, the biggest danger, of course, is the clashing. It's so easy to break a blade, and that could be race over for you and no chance of progressing onwards. So we'll see how they navigate this last few bends, but it's looking good for Concord, Ukraine, and the Malaga Nautica Sevilla out in front at the moment, as well as Mediterranean de Malaga.
Certainly is looking good, and I don't think anybody had any issues in picking out the mark. Seem to home straight onto them and be making a, the straightest line in the towards them. Because we've seen previously as boats and the double have struggled, where the Coxed quads have really excelled. Issues whatsoever with that, have they?
No, it's been a great race throughout. A couple of clashes in turning point 1, but nothing race ending, thank goodness. But we see the leaders now making their way around turning point 4, which is right in the front of the Carcavelos beach here in Oeiras, Portugal. We're here, of course, at the 2021 World Rowing Coastal Championships, and this is a heat for the Coastal Mixed Doubles. And competition to progress through to the A final. The first 6 go through, so as they come up towards turning points 4, 5 and 6, we'll be able to confirm the highest likely places. We do know that a boat has a penalty, so we'll confirm when we hand you over to Sebastian who's going to be having to go into the penalty box. That's what we love about this new format of coastal rowing. We get to see the actual winner of the race cross the line, rather than it be adjusted based on times post-race. Coming up to turning point 5, though, it's Ukraine's Diana Dimchenko and Yuri Ivanov in front. They've had a great race here, and Diana Dimchenko in the stroke seat, setting a fantastic rhythm. Malaga Nautica Sevilla still in second.
These Libya conditions are demonstrating how versatile these athletes have to be for these conditions, for this sort of coastal rowing, particularly, as Sebastian was saying, making the transition from flat water rowing. Suddenly there's a whole number of other factors they have to consider.
So round turning point 5, then in third place we've got Mediterranean de Malaga ahead of, we could have a bit of a hiccup here. Hungary in 4th place, just keeping ahead of the fast-moving French boat from Saint-Malo, Clément Thomas and Juliette Houdin. They were going off on a slight tangent, so they're going to have to make quite a few corrections to get to the correct side of turning point 6, which is the next buoy. They're all looking over their shoulders, just checking where it is. We'll need to see Mediterranean de Malaga have a quick look. They might go on the wrong side of it. No, they don't. They make a last-minute course correction. So that's the leading 5. 6th place is the University of London's Tyrian Club, Ollie Stevens and Emily Ford. They've had a great race here. They're able to look back and see that they're still ahead of Villa Condense from Portugal, where we've got Yanin Cuilo Ramos and Pedro Ramos currently in that danger seat of 7th.
We've seen a few people here lose their bearings as they come around marks and not be entirely sure what they're then rowing towards next, and means that they've gone off at some interesting angles before really cottoning on to what it's meant to be, where they're meant to be going, and making those corrections. And only when you had boats that were neck and neck, side by side, going round the point and then see how it is 100 meters later, you realize what a difference that does make to know where you're going before you've even got round the mark and how much of a turn you're going to have to make.
8th place, rounding turning point 6, is the Santo Stefano Al Mare combination of Andrea Vincenzi and Mira Ardisone. And then in 9th, we've got from Belgium, Caitlin and Calvin Rovert. So this looks like the flotilla of boats that will be going through, or at least stand a chance of the A final past us now. The rest will be going through to the B final. Coming up next, we can see it's the other, one of the other boats from France, Marseille Rowing Club, Maxence Dupuis and Remy Rabal, ahead of the German combination here, where we can see from Ruder Club Alemannia, Johannes Phil Welch and Svenja Melanie Michaelis. And then it's the Irish boat, Ireland 3, where we've got from Donegal Bay Rowing Club, Luke Keeney and Rosie Temple. Leaders now already round turning point 7 are starting to make their way in towards the beach. But just to run you through the last few boats coming up to turning point 6, it's the other Irish boat, where we've got from Macrossa Rowing Club, Finn O'Sullivan and Kiefer O'Sullivan. They're just passing turning point 6 now, and that means that nearly all the boats are past us, and the leaders almost certainly will be thinking about making their trot up the beach to seal their places in the A final.
Well, perfect timing for the handover, Peter, because the first boat is indeed approaching the beach, just a few strokes to go. And it's the boat from Ukraine, from Concord, with Yuri Ivanov and Diana Dimchenko, who will come onto the beach first. And Yuri is going to be the sprinter here, the bowman carrying the transponder across the line and clocking the time here. What a sprinter he is indeed. Yuri Ivanov for Ukraine, winning this heat here together with his partner Diana Dimchenko. Fine, no penalties issued here. So it was indeed Spain won actually in second place here. So that's the combination from Malaga and Sevilla. And another happy Spanish combination from Spain 4, from Malaga, the club crew, Miguel Ruiz Garcia and Maria Montiel Mancha. So Hungary coming in 4th, as you said, the dividing line is the 6th place in this heat. France too, taking the penultimate spot here. So 5th place for France too. And that's the combination of Clément Thomas and Juliette Ourdin from Saint-Malo. And then finishing in 6th, taking the last qualifying slot out of this race, is Great Britain 3, which is indeed the University of London Touring Club, with Emily Ford and Oliver Stevens.
E chega até o homem do Vila Condense, Pedro Ramos, para a 7ª posição.
Italy 3 in 3rd place, Santo Stefano Al Mare, Andrea Vincenzi and Marta Ardisone, followed by Belgium's Caitlin and Calvin Govert. Or maybe I should say Govert. Next one to come on to the beach could be Germany, here in the picture. That's Germany from Hamburg, Ruder Club Alemannia, Johannes Welch and Svenja Michaelis. Oh, and indeed it's France. France 9. That's Marseille Rowing Club, Maxence Dupuis and Remy Rabal. So France 9 across the line, Remy Rabal finishing this with a great sprint here, followed by Ireland. Ireland 3. Island 3, that's Donegal Bay Rowing Club, Luke Keeney, Rosie Temple. And then it was the Germans coming in 12th place. So for Portugal too, there is still a chance to qualify for the A final if they have a very good time. So the two best 7th placed crews will be also moving on to the A final. All other crews will either be racing the B final or having finished the competition with this race.
Temos aqui a possibilidade de ver as cores nacionais na final B. Se tiverem um bom tempo, estão na 7ª posição, ou seja, os dois melhores tempos a seguir ao 6º. Tem essa possibilidade. Basicamente, os dois melhores tempos, portanto, o 7º classificado de cada hit. Depois passa para a ronda seguinte.
Still a few more crews to come on to shore. Here we have Spain 7 coming in. Spain 7 being Real Club Maritim de Barcelona. Great sprint here from Juan Marigues Busquets. A great sprint, and delighted to be across the finish line. The transponder is taken immediately for resetting. We need that for the next race, of course. So still a few crews coming in. The next race we will have both on site and for you guys out there tuning in on worldrowing.com is at 1:30 Portugal time. Will be the heat 2 of the women's double sculls. So 1:30 is the next start time. Set your alarm, and then we will be happy to give you all of the latest racing action here from the commentary positions, both on the tower and in the boat, in the commentary boat. So the last crew I can see coming in is getting great cheers from the bank. Once again, a great thank you to all the volunteers, the boat handlers especially, but everyone else from the organizing committee, many students here helping us really in this great event. So thanks very much to all of you. So the French coming in.
Yeah, France, allez!
Some difficulties to get out of the boat there.
Yeah, it's hot. Let's go for a big round of applause for the French team. Vamos lá aplaudir todos, sem ninguém parar. A equipa francesa neste grande esforço para chegar aqui a este remo. Muito bem.
Saint-Malo, Patricia Goupil, Patrick Goupil crossing the finish line. Congratulations.
Obrigado, público. É isso mesmo. Muito obrigado. Voltamos à 1h30 com a ronda 2 do HIT 2 do Double Scull feminino. Depois às 2 da tarde temos a ronda 3 do HIT 3 da ronda 2 do skiff masculino. Depois às 2h30, ronda 2 HIT 2 do quadri masculino continuar. E às 3 horas vamos ter o HIT 3 da ronda 2 Double Scull Mix às 3 da tarde, e a partir das 4 horas vamos para o grupo A, portanto a final B, em que o percurso já é mais alongado, tem mais 2 km. Começamos pelos quadris femininos e depois os Double Scull masculinos e os skiffs femininos a partir das 4 da tarde, neste grande dia de competição que vai até volta das 5h30 da tarde. Este é o segundo dia destes campeonatos do mundo de remo de mar.
So just 4 heats remaining from the heats program of this event, from the 2021 World Rowing Coastal Championships. 4 heats starting 1:30, 2 p.m., 2:30 and 3 p.m. this afternoon. And then it's only finals until we celebrate the closing ceremony tomorrow evening here on the beach in Oeiras. So B-finals on from 4 p.m. This afternoon. So make sure you tune in. 1:30 is your next tuning in point if you are on the beach or if you are at home tuning in on worldrowing.com.
Voltamos então à 1h30 da tarde.
Clearing tears in your eyes at every step of our goodbyes. Pink pearls and a ruffled worn sweater, you left them behind like a love letter.